You're unmuted.
Okay, good morning. Greetings, Earthlings. All right. Here we go.
Also, just keep finding people need more room.
Yeah, you just go ahead.
If you want.
What time?
No, James and Dory are on the way, so
More of
I
it.
think it'll be one more.
Victoria.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So we're gonna keep it snugly. Do you need to move me? You can move me if you want. Okay, we are almost there, everyone. We're live. Live from Susanville. We're just doing some warm-up laps, everyone.
Yeah.
I traveled by.
Used to be 916. Yeah. one point. You took care of the second,
Right. Okay, oh, here
the 80s.
we also have 1, 2, 3, yes, and Ely. Okay, great. We'll have Irene and Nathaniel. We'll have Emily squeeze in between the two when she gets here, I think. Thank you for everyone being here early this morning. It is a beautiful bluebird sky day out there, and there was a deer outside the window when we arrived. It was pretty magical. Okay. Nelson, you with us? Would you like
Yes, I
to-
am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Greetings and salutations, everybody. Welcome.
Wait, I'm sorry. Hold on 1 second, Nelson. I just realized we're still in the practice session. I'm gonna start the webinar.
Okay, no worries.
Okay, do we have one quick second, Nelson? I just am realizing that, whoa, not my computer. Here we go. Otter AI. Okay, I'm gonna skip over the how to connect to interpretation because we don't yet have anyone who needs to do that. So please, Nelson, when you're ready, open this up.
All right. Greetings and salutations. Welcome, everybody. I now call this part 2 of this meeting for the California Agricultural Land Equity Task Force to order. Special shout out and gratitude to all the task force members in attendance in person at our Susanville location today, as well as members of the public and everybody tapping in the Zoom room. Now I'll pass it to our facilitator, Megan, to establish quorum and take roll call.
Thank you, Nelson. Good morning, folks. Let's do some quick protocols. Oh, I'm driving from this computer. Silly me. Okay, same setup as yesterday. We've got a mic here. We've got a mic up there. We'll have to use outside voices. Oh, that would be great, Kyle. Thank you. So camera is stationary. It faces this way. So folks online, you won't see all of us, but you'll see most of us. There's a few of us on the perimeter here. Today's our second meeting. We're scheduled to go until 1 p.m. If you're joining us in the room, we've got plenty of snacks and food. We also do have lunch coming before we adjourn at 1 o'clock. So lunch will be about 12:30, 12:40 today, so that you all can eat before you hit the road or pack up a lunch before you hit the road. So just want to give you a sense of timing there. Skipping over language interpretation connection. For now, we do also have interpreters in the room for us, which will they'll provide Spanish interpretation if needed. And Zoom tips can skip this too, because we don't have anyone on Zoom yet. And public comment process, we can review these slides when we get to the public comment process periods, and we have folks to issue public comments. Just a friendly reminder of our participation guidelines. We're here to exchange, listen, learn, treat each other respectfully, be open-minded, and really collaborate productively lots of different ideas as we experienced yesterday, which was really the important value of us being all together on this task force and engaging in conversation. Staying on point is a reminder to keep to our assigned agenda sessions. Today, I'm going to run through the agenda quickly in a moment, but it's primarily a working session with one proposed action item. And we do have general public comments at the end. So folks can comment on anything related to task force business. Doesn't necessarily need to be a prescribed agenda item. Let's do a quick roll call to establish quorum. I will start with Chair Hawkins joining us online.
I am present.
And I'm going to go around alphabetical by first name. Member Darlene Franco. Member Doria Robinson. Here. Member Dorian Payan.
Here.
Member Irene De Baracua.
Here.
Member James Nakahara.
Here.
Member Lawrence Harlan.
Here.
Member Leah Schwartzman. Member Nathaniel Brown. Member Chizo. Member Ruth Dahlquist Willard. Here. Member Thea Rittenhouse. Not yet with us this morning is Vice Chair Emily Burgueño. Quorum has been established. It's official. We can begin. So quick review of our plan. We're going to go right into a working session and continue some interactive discussions from yesterday, and also do work planning and next steps, which is the goal for today. And then before we close out, another proposed action related to meeting scheduling. This action was first considered at your March 27th meeting, and the action was tabled. So it's agendized here this afternoon. And then we will take general public comments. So a slight pivot in our plans. I do want to thank everyone for your hard work yesterday. We used a lot of brain cells. There was a lot of dialogue, a lot of conversation. We pivoted slightly last night on our proposed approach for today. We being staff, we had a little group chat last night after dinner and came up with some ideas that we would like for you to discuss. So I'm going to turn it over to Sean to kick us off for this session.
Oh, thanks, Pete. Morning, everyone. Yeah, great day yesterday. I don't know about everyone else, but my head was really spinning and there's a lot going on. And so as Megan said, we checked in and really trying to ensure that staff are providing support that you need to move this work forward. And so I started then reflecting on, where have we come from? What are we all doing here? So just to start with some grounding and to get back to, the legislation that established the task force in the Budget Act of 2022. It was not in an executive order, as someone said yesterday, but there's a very brief section of the 2022 budget, which the language there directs the Strategic Growth Council to establish the California Agricultural Land Equity Task Force to develop recommendations on how to equitably increase access to agricultural land for food production and traditional tribal agricultural uses. It includes some guidance on who to serve on the task force, but other than that snippet that I read there, it's slightly silent on specific objectives, definitions, process, any of that other stuff. We looked at that bill briefly yesterday that was 10 times as long as the language that established this part. So then following the formation of the task force, it was really that the first couple of meetings where the task force developed the bylaws and charter. There was that first attempt to address some of these gaps, to start to hone in on some of the definitions, think about process a little more, how frequently are we meeting, who's doing what, roles, responsibilities, and 18 months later, that's culminated in the draft that you were all discussing yesterday. And as you all looked at the draft, that includes now 9 goals. And given the complexity of land equity is really broad and expansive in scope. The report is also informed by a wide range of sources that we were talking about yesterday. So not only the quarterly meetings, but subcommittee meetings, speaker series, site visits, statewide survey, engagement sessions, advisory committee, and public comment. So the task at hand really is taking all of that input and how we get that into this report. And so, to me, just reflecting on this today, that the fact that we have this wide diversity of voices on the task force and all this really broad array of input does create an opportunity to develop something that does kind of adequately address the complexity of land equity in multiple ways. But also, as we saw yesterday, it creates some significant challenges in trying to. Yesterday, we were working through what staff had had maybe mistakenly considered as some of the easier things to address, and we got about 3% of the way through what we were trying to do. And on top of that, we have procedural requirements. The King Open Meeting Act, for example, really limits the ability that we can work as a group outside of these public meetings. So all of that together, so I'm sure you're aware, it creates a pretty slow process. And one that personally I think cannot really continue in that way if the task force is to meet its deadline of the January 1 submission. So it's our powwow last night about, you know, what can we be doing differently? But as to just frame that, and these are not questions that I want you to answer right now, and I don't want to reopen things that we've already discussed at length, but just keep in your minds, you know, what do you ultimately want to achieve, and for whom, and who do you want to engage with, how, and who should do the work, and how. And this gets into things of who's responsible for incorporating new or revised content into the report, who reviews and approves edits, and what structures can we develop that best balance accountability with efficiency. That's a key thing. So who, at the end of the day, is saying, yep, that's in there, that's good to go. But does everyone need to do that all the time? What does that mean for our process ability to meet some of these deadlines? Also, how are the resources that you have available to you being best utilized? And also from the content perspective, so what are things that really need to be in this particular document at this particular time? What are other things that have been discussed that might live elsewhere, either outside of the specific report, or could, you know, find an alternative home or be developed at a later point? So that's, you know, sort of where we are thinking through. But again, all coming from the point of how can staff best support this work, and what structures do we develop to ensure that we can. So with that, for some more specifics, I'll turn over to you.
Thanks, John. And yeah, I think what I'm planning to do is sort of transition to some ideas of how to move forward and get all of your feedback on a few different options that we had developed that address what Sean was just saying, and hopefully can move the work forward so that when we come to August, there is a draft in front of you all that you feel like you can really engage with in the context of the meeting, the time you do have together, so that August meeting feels productive, right? Productive use of your time. And I think yesterday, as you all noted, we had some really fantastic conversations about very specific ideas. And I think what staff realized in that is that even things that we thought might be sort of easier sign-offs really did require some more attention or some more discussion. The challenge, of course, is that we can't use our quarterly task force meetings for all of us together to go through all of those ideas in the level of detail that we started yesterday and realized it's important. So really we need to chart a path forward, to Sean's point, that gets the best, gets us forward in a way that the task force, you all feel like you are following and leading with your goals and your objectives, but we all have limited time, you all have limited time. So how best can we use your time so that you feel like you're contributing to a process that you feel confident in and excited to be a part of? I wanted to also acknowledge that I think part of the difficulty yesterday, and I would welcome task force members' thoughts on this as well, was that the way we had delivered all of the feedback from the task force subcommittees and working groups and the advisory committee was in that separate kind of document, revisions to consider. I think that actually made it quite hard to then see how that really would or would not impact the draft itself. So I just wanted to acknowledge, I think, that the process staff had developed this time didn't quite work for us all. So we're going to continue thinking about how to make that a bit easier for you. So you're actually looking at your report text and really focused on that versus some other ideas that aren't even in that report text yet. So this is all kind of background for how we're going to, what we're sort of proposing moving forward. Megan, will you move forward? The slide that I will show you all, go again, please. Oh, okay. Well, I had this here just to remind us that about timeline, that we really are trying to do a lot of work, a lot of very complicated work with a lot of very smart, very thoughtful people in this room in a very condensed time frame. So I just wanted to kind of have this in everyone's mind as a reminder and then show you the proposal. So we are here in this May meeting, we're really hoping in August to be as far along as we can so that you are looking at that draft text and you are considering making decisions about that text. So that's what I'll propose in a second, and you'll see we're down to that December final meeting. If you will please come forward. Okay, so I'm going to say a lot more than what is on this slide. We've been thinking about, given the context that Sean and I have just laid out this morning, there seem to be two sort of pathways forward that will acknowledge the time that everyone has to commit to this work, make the best use of that time, but also we just want to make sure that we are engaging in a process that meets you as task force members, what you feel is most important in the way that you would like to commit to this work. So one option for how to take the time that is needed to really dig into this report is to reduce the scope of the material in your report. So that as a full task force, you are looking at all of that material in your task force meetings, and you are working through it like what we started yesterday. There would be no way to do that with the entirety of what the text looks like right now. So if you did want to follow a similar kind of, we're all going to go idea by idea by idea together as a group, we are suggesting that you reduce the number of those ideas you go through as a group. That doesn't mean you let go of all of the other ideas. It just means those move into some other kind of document as an appendix, things like that. Things that have not been as well developed are mentioned but not included. That's one option. The other way that we were thinking we could move this work forward would be to really, this is a question for you all, delegate the work, right? And the way that staff had been thinking we do this is by having appointed task force members, right? So point for different sections of the report. And those task force members work with staff, work with advisory committee members, right? Work with whatever kind of external input you might need to look at that report section and move that language forward so that in August, you are looking at sections of the report that are a compilation of task force member-led discussions about that section. And then you all are reviewing it together in August. So even if you delegate that work to peer task force members, you do, of course, have another opportunity to review it. You do all come back together into these public spaces and have a conversation. The other way to do this work would be to say, staff, we want you to go and work on all of these sections of the report and come back to us in August with your suggestion of what that draft looks like. And that would be, again, not a way of removing task force input, but it's kind of the version of this delegating work that leans less on task force members and leans more heavily on staff. And these are options. I'm putting these out here as like things I'd like to ask you all, because really we are here to support you. And we are here to make sure that you feel comfortable with your process, with your product. And these are our ideas. So I think I'm gonna stop talking. And I just would like to hear if people have questions, immediate thoughts, reflections from yesterday that you'd like to bring into this debate.
I have a question
Yes.
about process. So I know that Legislature Act is obviously to prevent backdoor discussions. What are our options for commenting on drafts over email or in shared folders that like is there any option for, because that's, to me, that's a very efficient way of commenting on drafts. I don't know what the rules are.
Good question, Ruth. So yes, task force members can send staff feedback on drafts at any time, and we can incorporate that. And I would encourage, and we do always encourage task force members to send written comments. Where it gets a little bit tricky is collaborative documents.
Yeah.
But having said that, there are ways to create collaborative documents. So if the task force wants to assign like appointed task force members, we will work, and we can do that today, right? We can make a list of who's going to work on which sections of the report, have a slide map them all out. That's the way you choose to go. And so what we would do in that case, Ruth, is we would have collaborative documents within the constraints of that key that task force members would be working on together. Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Nelson.
Yeah, thank you for sharing those proposed options, Camille. I definitely hear the need for us to create a more effective and efficient way to push forth the like specific text and language of our recommendations. And I'm in agreement with the option to delegate point people for specific sections. I think that's, for me, I see that being most useful when it comes to the advisory committee proposed revisions, because this is our true first time like really interfacing in an intimate way with the advisory committee, and they've come up with, you know, pretty comprehensive ideas here. And so I think it would be efficient for us as a task force to delegate amongst one or two people or point people, you know, just like we were already working on yesterday, for those proposed revisions from the advisory committee. I don't know if I'm completely aligned with taking that approach for the whole report, the whole recommendations. I feel like delegating to subcommittees makes the most sense for any relevant sections and that pertain to the subcommittee that can be looked in with a microscope or more detail within the 9 recommendations we currently have, as well as maybe other sections of the report as well, like the overview and executive summary and such. But I feel like there is a need for us to be able to, based on time constraints, like there's a lot of comments and ideas and feedback that I had, written on a Google Doc that I like to share, and we definitely don't have time for that. And I feel like many other members, that's also true. I think having another pathway forward in between our meetings where we can individually contribute feedback would also be valuable. I don't know what that looks like. I heard you mention about the, I think you said like a shared doc or something like that within the confines of Bagley Keene. I think that's a great idea. I know Bagley Keene can be, or it is definitely a restriction for us to like collaboratively work together on a doc outside of the task force, but I do see value in us having a space to contribute outside of the meeting as well, or in between the meetings as well. So I know that was a lot of just kind of thinking out loud on my perspective, but I am in agreement with the option to delegate responsibilities amongst task force members for the proposed revisions from the advisory committee. So land my plane there.
Thanks, Nelson. Leah.
Couple comments and question. Thanks for helping us think through how we can be most effective in our remaining time together. For the first suggestion, I'd like to also bring back the concept of kind of bringing down the level of granularity for the main report as well. Do you think it would be a good idea to tighten some of our recommendations, but also kind of bring everything at the same level of detail and maybe not try to think about all the nuance of implementing our ideas, and we're bringing forth the ideas in a coherent, cohesive way. And I do like the idea of delegation, and I think having staff take a stronger role, like maybe even flipping the two, like the staff control the progress of this delegated work with task force members. I just know capacity is really limited. So I would support the staff helping out in coordinating those efforts and moving forward ideas with the appointed task force members being actively involved. But my question is, where are the advisory committee members? This, and how can we utilize them more robustly?
Good question. I think that the advisory committee members have seen your full draft, right? And they have now shared their comments on what that draft is. Through that process, we have a pretty good sense of what advisory committee members can contribute and where. So if we were to take the model of delegating sections of the report to have task force member like appointed and appoint people with staff support. Part of that staff support is going to be connecting advisory committee members into those appropriate conversations. Second, we're thinking section by section of the report makes the most sense, starting with the document and getting into that text. So advisory committee members would be brought in to those conversations. It would be our thought there. Yes, Dory.
Well, we got, I'm not sure when your card went up, Thea, but Thea's in the queue, also Doria and Nathaniel. Do you want to start with Doria and then go around?
So I do believe in delegated work. I think it's a good way to get things. I'm unclear on. I feel like there's definitely, we need to think about what staff is doing and what the task force members are doing, but what I don't want to do is to get into a case where staff goes on a direction, does a whole bunch of work, and then the task force members get a look at it and they're like, oh, no, back that way. You know, so we have to figure out how to do this so that it's not spinning wheels, doing things over and over and over again. I think that reducing the scope is good, but I don't think that it's reducing the scope necessarily in details and the minutia, because sometimes it's actually, I think, the minutia where the attempt to make access, improve access, has gone wrong, and that we're actually addressing the minutia is the way that we're trying to correct things. And so it kind of depends on which thing that we choose, whether or not we need to go into how it is implemented, because sometimes how it is implemented is actually the issue. And so I want to say that yes, reduce scope, but not necessarily only having top level ideas, because sometimes it is the bottom level idea that we're trying to get at. That's it.
Thea, then Nathaniel.
Well, I agree. I also am a fan and think delegation is important for this timeline. I like the idea that we said about staff helping to keep it or establish a timeline and, you know, short timeline and opportunities to engage. You know, for me personally, I'm just speaking for myself personally, you know, a shared document that I can look at and comment is a helpful tool for me. That's just part of my work anyway, and outside of this task force, it may not work for everybody in the task force because we have such a diversity in all the various cities and tasks that follow. So that's a challenge that probably will be different depending on the task force member. I did feel yesterday, I'm just speaking for myself, like the advisory committee being there yesterday felt a little awkward because I didn't feel like I had a chance to look at the whole document and go through and make comments, or even those 9 ideas. And I was hearing things from different advisory committee members who are experts, but also it made me a little confused about who's driving these priorities here. And I wanted to think about in that delegation being more specific about their role if possible, rather than just allowing them to come in and be, you know, that role was a little confusing to me yesterday. And I also, on the reducing scope part, maybe those 9 things are things we really want to move forward. And maybe some of those things that we got into the details with yesterday, like Doria, is important, but maybe we move those to like next steps, or, you know, to keep the work going beyond this report. Something where we can not lose those things, but not spend the bulk of our time working through those. And I understand why we go there, because everybody has all these very personal experiences with this. And so how can we still not lose that, but not spend our time really focusing on those?
Daniel?
Yeah, just echoing everything that's already been said, reducing the scope, I feel like it is a mix of us getting through the rest of the goals and seeing like where can we standardize a bit how much information we put. It's not gonna look, I don't wanna say it's not gonna look good, but it's we don't want too in-depth in one area, not enough in-depth in another area. So like if we do a mix of both, or I guess more towards the delegated work and like finishing up today, then we would see, okay, what goals need more time and effort and, you know, more task members and more staff time to get those more concise and to be, and maybe that's like, hey, the ones that need more or can be like formed into another, because we had one of those. Some of those could be built out if there's less on. So it is more of a like standard across each goal is pretty meaty, but it's not like we got a lot of good advice yesterday from the advisory committee. And on one hand, it's like high level things that can be not interpreted, but built out upon. And then there's other things like a plan, like a cropland repurposing plan. Like we haven't really touched too deep on that. And those are one of those things that like as we get into the goals today, I feel like we do need more information, but we're very late be adding a lot more information. But I don't know, some of this stuff is very already well accepted. So I think just kind of seeing where we're all at, seeing if we can dive deeper or we all feel it's good where it's at, or
Can I quickly follow up on that, Daniel? So with that process you're describing, delegating the work to point people on the task force, ask themselves that question you just posed. What level of detail, what more needs to be learned, what feels outside our scope? So am I just understanding how that would happen from here, from your proposal?
yeah, I guess basically what I'm asking is, can we make this decision after we get through these, or not get through them, but like look at which ones need more time or need just like certain flags discussion. Is that like the idea?
I think so. I think what yesterday I'll say what I was feeling was everything got flagged yesterday. So I think my response to that will be, I think at this point, every part of the report needs more work. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Yeah, so
That's
going
fine. I
through
don't know
and
if you
saying
agree
who's
with that.
gonna do
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I think what you're describing was maybe our first thought about what would happen in the meeting, but I think we learned we just need more eyes, more time on each piece of this. Was my experience. But bringing it back to all of you, share with you. Any other comments? So it sounds like a mix of these two things has been addressed, and maybe one being part of the work of the delegated parties. That's what I'm hearing. James.
If we did delegate specific, like enumerated pieces of the report to task force members, either individually or in small groups, and that work was kind of stewarded by staff, in terms of like timelines, and kind of functionally like accountability buddies. But the first pass there would be, what would this look like with a reduced scope? So it's like, that's the first explicit question that kind of, because in for some of the things, I think we wouldn't need to reduce the scope for some, and for others, maybe we'd be like, okay, maybe this actually isn't fleshed out enough to move into like the main body, but could exist somewhere else. As an idea. The other thing, I think we exercised mostly yesterday, and I think we should do it more, which is just to like do the voting, like run through like how like let's vote on this language, like how do people feel about this? You know, just I think the more we do that, the like we'll get more efficient in that process, and then we can kind of do things efficiently. Also, I think I don't know.
Go ahead, Nelson.
Yeah, just hearing the other responses made me think and wanting us to be mindful of our timeline. Just thinking about the proposed timeline that was presented yesterday, it mentioned that August would be our last time that we would have the opportunity to include new ideas. And then the rest of our, quarterly meetings and time together will be focused on polishing up and really fine tuning the language in the recommendations. So I would suggest that we prioritize this delegation to focus on those new ideas. And that relates specifically to a lot of what the advisory committee, the revisions that the advisory committee proposed. And then just to streamline the efforts, I think that we should prioritize and focus on that first. And then by the time we meet back in August, we'll have a better idea on how to include those new ideas. I think that's the first step before we even talk about reducing scope, because so far we've looked in fine-tuned detail with the microscope at specific ideas and approaches, but we haven't had a chance to what does that look like all together with the bird's eye view? What does that look like in an overview? How does it read all together? And when we get to that step, I feel like we can condense a lot of the scope. We can definitely move things around, and we might have ideas on how things will overlap and connect in a more seamless way than how they are currently written. I mean, even some of the suggestions to condense, I think it was goal 2 and 4. I can't remember exactly off the top of my head. But those type of things I feel like will come after we really take a deeper look at the new ideas or ones or the policy approaches that haven't been really discussed in detail yet or are completely new to us. So just throwing that idea to focus on new ideas first in our delegation.
I think. Go ahead, Sean, and then I might have something to say.
Oh, sorry,
I was actually first.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Dorian, I missed that.
I just have a question on if we've talked about the task force, like how the task force members are going to be appointed, like in compliance with Bagley-Keene, and if that means we're scrapping our subcommittees in general, or. Yeah, so I'm just curious, because I think that will define like our scope too, is like how much time we have to be able to schedule ourselves, and then who's going to be able to like take on each recommendation. So I feel like we already have limitations that are being imposed by just the nature of time. I'm curious about that.
Thanks for that question. I'll do my best to answer it now, and then we can keep thinking. Our suggestion would be we assign people now, today. And we have the sort of sections laid out so we can just type in names. The suggestion, given that capacity though is an issue for everyone, if you're signing up for being the point person on a section of the report, we do not anticipate you have the time to continue subcommittee meetings. This would be mostly in place of subcommittees. And the reason why we're feeling that is more appropriate here is the subcommittees did so much work and they were so important in your early phases. Brainstorming, getting those priorities out there, getting those goals out there, but they don't actually map onto the report sections anymore, right? So it's actually kind of hard from a staff perspective. It's a little hard to know what subcommittee should be assigned what pieces of the puzzle. So this is a bit of a scrambling, actually. It's a changing away from, we do want to say maybe some subcommittees want to have at least another meeting because some subcommittees actually sit kind of like above the entirety of the report, if that makes sense. We can get to those specifics in a minute, but that is my answer to your question, Jordan. So it's mostly not using subcommittees any longer to move this work forward, instead using right now decided point people to move that work. Does that reflect I don't know if anyone has thoughts, responses to that? I know there are other people. Jump in.
Cool. Yeah, that's just my.
I had some process questions kind of building on what Dorian just, so. If in the delegated work, is it like one task force member, a advisory committee member, and a staff member, or how many task force members can be in those delegated clusters? And then
Go again.
once those small groups, whatever we're gonna call them, the delegation groups complete their work, is the next task force meeting the first chance that folks will be able to see what they did? Or is there gonna be another kind of place where we all get to be filled in?
Good question. So timeline will be the determining factor on that last question. So there are a lot of questions there. Let me do my best to answer them, but I will answer them. And when I do, it's also a proposal. So please do, let us know whether it feels appropriate. So the idea would be to have ideally like 2 task force members assigned to these different sections. And there are 11 different sections here. If we do break up those introductions to that, what is ag land equity and the glossary. So the people assigned to this are really thinking about terminology, getting the words right. Then you have that other context background. Some people assigned to that. And then you have your 9 goals. So we would ideally have like 1 to 2 task force members who work with staff to decide what more info you need, get the appropriate advisory committee members, get anyone else, maybe you identify, oh, we really need to talk to somebody at IBank because I have a very specific question about this, or whatever it is, just get those conversations happening. I think the last question you had, Leah, about would the full task force have the chance to weigh in again before the next task force meeting is where it gets a bit complicated. Because by the time that process I just described, where you have your 2 task force lead people have all those conversations and get their texts together, it will be time to share the August draft with the full task. So what I would encourage all task force members to do, if we were to think forward to August 1st, right, about 2 weeks before your next meeting, you all receive a draft. That draft has sections in it that have been developed by the people assigned to these areas. So you know what you're looking at has been seen by your colleagues, staff, and others who have been brought into the advice process. We would encourage you all to really, in advance of that meeting, go through it line by line. And when you come back together as a task force, that is your chance to say, maybe we can, James' proposal, have a voting mechanism, some sort of mechanism of going through as a group and saying yay, nay, kind of a thing, right, as a full task.
I would like to just offer a bit of elaboration on that scenario, which might be a little helpful if I'm kind of thinking through this in vivo. So one opportunity would be everybody has a copy of the draft report right now. Hypothetically, we could take the next week. You could all do tracked changes within that document, send it to staff. With recognition that that is a lot of tracked changes potentially to compile, give staff 1 to 2 weeks to do that compilation, which would include all of task force track changes. We would have to agree to that, right? And if we don't hear from you all by that agreed to timeline, we can assume that at the moment, you don't have any comments to share on that particular goal. Okay, then, so that is one mechanism to continue to comment because we're not going to get through all this discussion today. So then we've got a compilation of feedback from you all related to various goals. And then we parse that out and we connect with the 2 task force members who volunteered to workshop goal 1. We start to workshop goal 1 with you all, with assigned 2 task force members, 1 or 2 staff, potentially an advisory committee member if it feels right, it feels important. You all work on that and you are refining language so that you can integrate that into the next version of a comprehensive report. Now, this is going to require some level of trust, but I just want to remind folks that you have been working together for a year and a half or more. So you do have an understanding of each other's perspectives and concerns. And you can carry that in your minds as you're starting to think through these recommendations. I think that is something that is important to acknowledge because I don't know that the advisory committee members had that level of understanding, which we learned yesterday. But you all do. You can say, hey, I think this idea might be important to Leah or James or Darlene or whoever, and think about how you might integrate that as you're workshopping that content. You could also put forward maybe 2 ideas related to goal 1, subsection A, for task force consideration at the August meeting. Okay, so it is some level of trust and it is some, level of rolling up your sleeves and workshopping things. So let's start with, let's all get some track changes going on in this May version of the report. Then staff would compile that. Then we would slice the pie and we would give that slice of pie to the 2 people who volunteered or were assigned to work on that goal. And we would take time to integrate those comments, bring back those comments into the next version of the report. Within those workshop moments, consider, are there opportunities to reduce scope within that goal? Maybe yes, maybe no. Maybe in some instances you want to remain granular. In some instances, you might say, these are important considerations, but we just don't have time or capacity to get that granular right now. So let's extract that and acknowledge that and write that in an appendix or write that in a compendium piece that says, hey, we still as task force members think that this is an important concept to dedicate time to later. We're just not going to be able to do that by submission of the report. So utilizing those other tools to acknowledge other important conversations that need to happen, figuring out a way to reduce scope in that fashion without losing some of these important threads. Okay, Nelson had your hand up and then Ruth and Sean. Go ahead, Sean.
So this is a response to actually something Nelson had said about the advisory committee and Thea and others too. And just wanted to clarify that we formed the advisory committee to reduce your workload, not create more work. And Nelson made a point of having to now consider new ideas from the advisory committee, and that was not really the intent. The intent was, if you've come up with an idea and need some guidance on implementation or addressing some technical questions as it relates to your ideas, then the advisory committee is there to provide that support. So just want to be crystal clear about that the task force is in the driving seat, not the advisory committee. They provide advice, you take it or leave it, but it's really, so I just want to make that abundantly clear in case that was muddied at all yesterday. And so in this context too, again, the task force is in the driver's seat. If we form these teams, delegated teams, whatever the task force is in the driver's seat, so guidance support, if you have technical questions or things that need elaboration or things like that, advisory committee members can support there, but the focus should be on your ideas.
Let's go Nelson, Ruth, Thea.
So listening in, I got a question to clarify and then a follow-up comment on this approach. First, I am aligned with the proposed approach. I think doing the track changes would be helpful for us. Taking that back and then splitting up the work in teams of 2, I think would be efficient. With this, my question first would be, is this going to function? Those groups, appoint people, are going to function somewhat like working groups? And is that something that we have to have under a subcommittee? Or can we form these working groups, or we'll call it something different if we need to, under, you know, like within the task force body?
The answer to that, Nelson, is they do not need to be underneath any other subcommittee or any other kind of body. These are working groups. They're just working groups assigned by section of the report. So we would use the same kind of mechanism, yeah.
Perfect. Yeah, I think that will streamline the timeline. You know, we can talk about reducing scope or shifting the scope, but I don't think we necessarily need to at this point in time. If we have a way to streamline that timeline and make things more effective in our approach to tackling all the recommendations and any new approaches that have been brought to surface. My comment is, I want to be mindful, if we're going to take this approach and then just end the subcommittees, I don't think we should end all of them. And I just want to flag that we still have $1 million in our local assistance for grants and pilot projects and other funds, and also $270,000 in our budget for research and technical assistance that hasn't been spent, or I don't know what the update is in how we plan to use those funds. But I know the rest of this year is going to go by pretty quickly, and I don't want that to be, you know, put into the background. So I would suggest that like the grants committee, subcommittee, stays in effect to work on that. And then like the community engagement subcommittee, like we're pretty much done once the timeline for community engagement is complete. And now we're at the point of like analyzing that community engagement data and results and feedback and incorporating that into, like, that's the stage that we're at now. So like we don't necessarily need that subcommittee. And then we can look at other subcommittees or break that into, you know, how we plan to delegate. But I think we should be mindful of which subcommittees we should continue. And, you know, the grant subcommittee comes to mind specifically.
Thanks, Nelson. Yeah, sorry. Thank you. Yeah, you set that up really well for us. Those are the two subcommittees we were going to propose maintaining. So thank you for that. And also we will today talk about those reserved funds. So
yeah, hold on to that. We've got Ruth the Event Lead.
I also support the track changes idea, and I wonder if there's things we can do. Like I like what you suggested about this initial period of send feedback now. What, maybe more than 1 week? We're
gonna have to sketch out a timeline.
But if we did that now and then that was compiled, you know, the other way to do that collaboratively is to have it all in one document where you can put your thoughts in real time, and then one can see each other's comments, which can be busy.
I don't know.
That we are not allowed
to do that.
Okay. All right. Never mind. So then what if we did more with that? So if we have 1 or 2 task members appointed to each section and they're working on the text, what if when they have something they want to review, they share it and you can share it with everybody and we can get an email that's the goal 4 is now for review. And so we don't have to wait till August 1st.
You can still, there's the risk of they call it a serial read. So where you would then, there'd be a conversation between 2 task force members that then be transferring into a conversation.
I think if we locked it, I think if we just said, if we locked in, so like goal 4 is ready for review and sent it out, and it's not available for comment, and it's identical to then what would be incorporated into a comprehensive draft, then we're avoiding that. It's just like does that make sense?
Comment on goal 4 when you send it out to everybody, because it's not.
Oh, yeah, I guess as long as we don't, then we could compile those comments, but you wouldn't be able to comment on those comments.
Right.
We could do that.
Let's say, for example, I might sign up for goal 6, which I would love to sign up for. So, volunteer. Someone else and I work on that. And then we get that done on July 23rd. And we send it to you all. And we say goal 6, the text of goal 6 is done. Maybe it's a separate document. Maybe there's an online thing we can, I don't know how it works.
Yeah.
We can do that.
And then everybody gets that text and they have more time to look at it. They can send you comments. But we're not all gonna discuss those comments
Until August.
but still, like, we have more time to look at sections one at a time.
Yeah.
And then eventually we can get the complete thing, but we've also had time to give comments. It's just like breaking down in chunks to me is a little more doable than like one big document.
Yeah.
So, like, and then some people might be more interested in one goal and another. So if we all get an email that says goal 6 is ready to review, send your comments to staff. Would that work?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then those who don't have the time to look at those individual sections don't have to, right? This is
Right.
another way to engage for those who
Right.
find that kind of engagement more productive, but it is not a requirement because you will again receive the entire document.
Right, and you can still comment on it, right?
Yes,
So,
okay, so method we could use.
Thea, Darlene, Nathaniel?
No, I was just looking at.
Let me know. Okay.
my comments just on Bagley Keep, I just wanted to see if staff, because we've just proposed these new changes there's an opportunity to go back to legal staff. See, they has 2 Bagley Keep folks that are maybe they're on. Just to make sure that we are full, like, if there's opportunities to maneuver to where we can see comments like we're just suggesting in the context of, you know, reviewing a document, that we try our best to make that. Because it's really important to like, when we're moving this work in a very large document for us to be able to look at comments before our regular scheduled August meeting, whatever the context is, but I just want to open the do double check with Becky to make sure.
Yeah, so Sarah Bella, who is there, is SGC leader, and I'm texting her now on the side to
Great,
see.
so a written summary of what we can and can't do.
Yeah, so no immediate red flags from Sarah.
Great.
But yeah, she's tracking this and understands exactly what we're trying to do what we can, given the constraints that we have.
And I think what, oh, sorry.
That's what I like to think.
I was gonna say, I think what we're hearing is trying to work within the constraints of Bagley Keys so that there are as many opportunities as possible for those task force members who can and want to engage in the interim between meetings, within the constraints of Bagley. That's what I'm hearing. So we'll work with legal to make sure that we are doing that as we can.
Darlene, Irene.
Thank you. First of all, I wanted to thank the staff for putting this draft report together. It's a lot of information. And I realize we are under tight deadlines. We're gonna get this reviewed, so I just want to throw these dates out there and you guys can. I'm thinking that, you know, today we already assigned to these, assign people to these. And everybody has an opportunity to review and comment by the end of this month, on the current, draft. And then by June 15th, I mean, and I don't even know if this is all.
Keep going.
Yeah.
Staff can compile, and then, that's what the task force members would work on. You know,
Yep.
compile these change comments or included comments. And then, so that's June 15th, and then by July 15th, task force will have already done their meetings, and then as Ruth said, you know, submitted it, it's complete, ready for review, but at the latest by July 15th to have that part done. On July 30th, by July 30th, staff will have compiled all of that together. And yes, I don't even know, okay, have it distributed and ready for everybody to review the final draft or so that we can have at least 2 weeks to review before our August meeting, where we will make our comments. Anyway, that seems to work for me. And I know it's tight schedule and it's giving just like the task force committee people, a month to work on, but I think at this point, we really need to dedicate ourselves to putting the time in and agree. Yeah. That's good.
So I try to do my best to put that back here.
I know.
Well, Oh, sorry, yeah, go
Oh,
ahead.
sorry.
Well, Nelson is commenting his support for Darlene's proposed timeline in the chat. Would you be okay if James comments on that? Okay.
Just a super quick clarify, okay, so it would be down to the end to June first, it's like everybody, general comments to staff on the existing draft that we have right. Staff takes that, synthesizes it, compiles it, sends that out to, I'm gonna call them working groups.
Yeah.
Aligned with the different goals to do a pass through of like, what could we reduce if anything? And then here's what we think the best terminology, do track edits, all that kind of stuff. And then that goes to staff. And then that's what gets synthesized into the quasi final report for August.
Draft for review for August.
I support that.
Irene.
So I support everything too, but something that would help me, I think. And I don't know if it's too much to ask, is that, like, if all the research that you guys have all put together and, you know, we've helped, but could be sort of like linked to each of these goals, like what's relative, so we can kind of all do our homework. And I love what Lauren said, because that's even a personal goal of mine, to really know all the pride in California. And like maybe something that would help us, like I know there's a native land app, but maybe so we're all consistent, like there's a directory, whatever, maybe it's all contribute to be on the same page. But that would really help me just to be able to feedback on something that I'm not, and it's pretty.
Okay, cool. We can do our best. Yeah.
Or some of us can help, I don't know how it works, but.
Yeah, I agree with the timeline and, but I do have a problem though, because there's a lot of things that say, there's a lot of brackets, square brackets, say add descriptions of. So it's like TBD. So what's my comment? I mean, what are we gonna? How am I gonna spend a day like writing what TBD is gonna be? Right? And then spend the next day, the other TBD. And then the next week, like doing a research project on.
Well, I think what we can discuss today after we assign bring people is what are the prompts that you as a group want to tell your delegate, your working group. So like, is your prompt, go in there and decide where you gotta develop more and where just leaving that TBD is enough. Right, like that is a request for all of you as the delegate, because yeah, Lawrence, we're not expecting you to go. And unless you have signed up for and feel it's very important to do, you're not, it's up to you to work with staff to get it right, which might be removing at some points of the class. Is that? Yeah.
What would just another way, so this initial review that task force members would be doing individually, would be then compiling. I don't think we'd be looking for that sort of input at that point.
But I wanna look at that. I do wanna review that at some point. That would be
That'd be part of
the first draft,
August draft.
the August draft, okay.
Built out.
Wait, I'm calling that the July text.
Okay, well, we'll come
July
up with
30, that's right.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, cause I think James mentioned final, but it's gonna be fine, it's gonna be.
Quasi-final.
And then like the August report will be like the last time we can like put anything new in, like things like that.
Okay,
So it's kind of like, well, when I say final, I mean like close to.
next,
Yeah. Final
All right.
draft, final draft. Yeah, the full draft.
and then from there, we'll have another similar method where we do track changes, send them to you, you send them out.
Yeah, leading up to October,
Okay,
yeah.
And maybe either keep the group the same or.
Yeah,
change them up.
or change them.
think some of the things I'm gonna say might have already just been said, but I think those TBD sections. Like, in my view, whatever's not flushed out by July 30th falls out of our scope of work. And that's a de facto reduction
Yeah,
of scope. If we don't have time to work on it at that point, maybe we just remove it. I also think, I know, like, it's hard because we're all here in addition to all the other work we're doing, there's capacity issues, but I think this is a push for if we can dedicate, you know, a good chunks of time to working on this basically over the summer. When we come to that August meeting, if we can all have read, you know, just be really prepared so that we know all the content before we come to the meeting. We'll have a more efficient discussion if we're ready to go. Like, we've all identified the things that we have concerns about and that we want to discuss and the things that we're good with. The more, speaking for myself as well, you know, just like, I'm gonna really try to dedicate that time to come prepared. Because I think our in-person time is so precious. And there's things we can only do during our in-person time. And I think the more work we do, the more precious it is. So. That's my suggestion.
anything else?
I do wanna, highlight what was said earlier about looking at these goals like differently, like, you know, whether it's like with the links with the relative information, you know, the comments from the advisory committee or anything that they've passed along. Looking at them separately can, I think, help break down well, hey, I've got a lot to say about this, or I don't have much else to,
Yeah.
versus looking at the whole document, everything.
Bite-sized chunks.
Yep.
I'm kind of envisioning it as, like, we pull out the page that's, or 2 pages, whatever, that's dedicated to goal 1. With like a line that's like, and here's the research and conversations that have supported development of this goal. So at least you can kind of reference back to it, and it will include commentary from your colleagues around the table, etc. Okay.
I think we can, start. Sounds like
Yeah.
we're ready to start assigning people, yes?
Is it worth
Well-
just noting these discussion priorities and just so people can hold that in their mind as they're deciding what they want to assign themselves to?
Yeah, so I think Tessa, you're speaking, would you like to say a bit more? I'll say something and maybe I'll pass it to you, Tessa. So as you all noted, as you know, from our conversation yesterday, there are a few things that don't really have a home in the report yet. So what we've been talking about so far is going report section by report section. There are some of the things that have come up yesterday where we already kind of got a sense of who'd be interested to develop those ideas that don't fit neatly into, it's very hard to slot them in to one of these goals. So we're wondering whether you want to, we did pull out, Tessa, you have a slide that pulled those out. What are the things that have come up that are gonna nest nicely here? Do you want to also assign people to those ideas? Or do we really want to focus, you know, that's kind of a question for you all. Tessa, do you want to say more there?
Yeah, I mean, it might be intuitive, but you can just see, so from the document yesterday, starting on page 9, the discussion priority 1, that fits into ag equity and glossary. So you can just kind of hold that in your mind. If you're assigning yourself to that section, then you might also be considering discussion priority number 1. And so then that goes down the list. Discussion priority 6 from the revisions document yesterday seemed to fit into goal 1, etc. Then to Camille's point, if you go to the next slide just really quickly, Megan, there's a couple of priorities that from the document yesterday that don't fit into the report. And so you can see a couple of these here. Priority 2 was establishing governance and monitoring bodies. We assigned people, but if now with this new structure and this new plan in mind, you know, you want to leave that behind, that's an option, or you can decide to, you know, continue and also create a working group around some newer ideas that are not yet in the report.
Yeah,
Just suggesting, can we start with the ones that we already have?
Yeah.
And then,
Yeah,
totally.
It's been great, I think that's.
Sure.
Again,
Okay, let's start here.
dun, 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 dun.
We're looking for 2 task force members for each of these, and we'll see where that leaves us. Can we type
Each goal of each bullet.
each bullet point? So if you see
Hold on, I'm bringing it up so we can type directly into it.
each bullet point. So like the introductory section plus glossary would have 2 different groups working in those different sections, and then it's by the 9 goals. So you'd be assigning yourself, I'm gonna look at goal 1, for example.
We can pick one.
Well, I think you can pick there will be 22 slots here.
We'll have to pick more than one.
Yes,
right?
most people will have to pick one, but not everyone has to pick more than one, so there is some flexibility for those who feel like really don't have capacity to take on 2.
You can only have 2 on each.
That's what we're going for. I think if we get to a place where task force members are identifying that there are some more than 2 people who feel very committed to one of these things, we'll have to think about what we can do. But the goal right now is for 2 task force members each.
And again, the reason for that is back to the teams, that 2 people could work on a shared document. If we go beyond that, then we have to schedule a subcommittee meeting and.
Yeah. We stick with 2 then, every 9 people get 2 and 4 people get 1.
You generally appreciate all the numbers. Not too bad.
Yeah.
Was some quick outs. Nelson, put your hands up, go ahead.
I don't know if this is too early, but I can do number 1. Or not goal 1, sorry. What is agricultural land equity? I can sign up for that one.
Another volunteer for that one?
We can come back around to it as we start to populate this. Let's just see who's excited about each one. Anyone excited about the second part? Why is ag land equity necessary? Plus, what can ag land equity achieve? The second bullet under intro.
Irene.
Irene, thank you, Irene. Okay, I'm just moving quickly because I'm just judging your excitement level. I got Ruth on number 6. Great. Sorry, popping back up to the goal 1. Anyone excited about goal 1?
I'll just note, Nelson, you might want to I don't know if your hand is raised, but feel free to just jump in, because it's hard for us to know if just feel free to jump in, Nelson, when you want.
Okay, thank you for that. Will do.
I'm excited about goal 1.
Okay. Anyone excited about goal 2?
I am.
Anyone excited about goal 3? James and Leah? Goal 4?
Gloria and Daniel.
Oh, Doria, sorry. Goal 5. Leah?
Yeah, me too.
James.
Sorry.
Any other ones on goal 6? Goal 7.
Doria.
And she?
Oh, and she.
Goal 8.
I'm interested.
Can we sign up for 3?
Justin.
No,
No,
other
not
people.
Was that already taken?
No, you're good, Nelson.
I'm interested.
Okay. Okay.
Wait, we can do 2, it's 2 that we, right?
Yes,
I'm interested.
okay.
Yeah, well, yesterday, Dorian and I kind of already volunteered.
Yeah. For 9?
Essentially.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I'm interested. I'm interested in it.
Public lands.
Okay, so, Leah, you might need to make a choice. Would you like to stay on that one, drop one of your other ones, or would you like to? So Dorian has reconfirmed interest.
But let's see, I mean, Leah, you don't have to drop it unless someone else says, yeah, I wanna work on those. I mean, I don't.
No, but we have to do two.
I think we should make sure everyone,
Yeah, I do want everyone to have an opportunity, but I also, don't want to, if it's an open slot.
Kim,
So can I just see who, Thea, are you interested in anything in particular?
I'm just trying to see where the grants. It's goal 7, fair access to public funding.
I'm too.
Okay,
Just maybe add her name not in bold for now or something, just to.
yeah, I think it's okay to note who's still.
But I'm really interested in stuff activities, maybe that.
let's leave that to the side.
Okay,
Emily, is there anyone that you're particularly interested in to work on? Sorry,
Not right now.
Daniel, we've got you up for 2. Doria, we've got you up for 2, I think, right?
Yeah.
4. Dorian, we've got you on 9. Lawrence, we've got you on 1.
I'd like to be on the introductory, the first part, but no.
Thank you, Darlene.
And I can do on the second part.
Oops. Okay, so there's an open slot on goal 1. If anyone wants to work with Lawrence on that. Open slot on goal 2. If anyone wants to work with Darlene on that. And an open slot on goal 6. Ruth is working on that.
Equal thing.
No, we can do more than 2.
I know right now, Leah has something listed, right? So I think that's. James, what are you?
Lee has 2 interested listed. Oh, no, 3, sorry, James.
3, so that's why I heard.
Mhm. What else is interesting to you, James?
Sorry, I didn't think.
Take a moment, yeah.
It feels like a moderators.
Dorian, are you trying to jump in?
Yeah, you can put me on 2, I think, since we're already doing some work too on the NAHC, right, Darlene and I, yeah.
This is looking really great, everyone. Really appreciate your volunteerism and your efforts.
I would say, once we have this list populated, we won't be revisiting that until August. But sort of now is the time.
Yeah.
So everybody's on 2? Is anyone on 3?
The only, yeah, we've got James Lee on 3. The only one we have one spot available on is goal 1 to work with Lawrence.
Who's on 3? Because maybe I'd be interested in taking that spot.
I think.
No, like who is assigned to 3 different bullets?
Oh,
Yeah.
James and Leah?
No, just Leah.
Oh, okay. Which ones are you on?
Me?
Yeah,
3, 5, and 9.
3, 5, and 9.
Lawrence, you said you're interested in number 3.
No, I just want to be distributed. I want to be on more than one.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking replace Leah on one.
I can't choose.
Maybe 9. I'm interested in 9. Yeah.
We can note, I think what we can do is note those who are interested in these topics who aren't in that group of 2, and then it's.
So Leah would be green, right?
Make sure
Wouldn't I give priority to Leah?
noting
She
maybe special notes of individuals.
Could you already adjust?
I will say the three, that makes sense. You guys are already on that.
Yeah.
Remember?
Megan, James.
What's that?
You guys are already on that.
Highlighted.
Oh, yeah?
We tried to, yeah.
Can I go green on 3?
Did we meet much?
I tried
Can I
to-
go green on?
Oh, yeah?
We'll try again.
All right, how are you? I'll pick up those things.
Yeah, I will. Say.
Yes.
We can do a second. Two.
We have multiple working
So
groups.
instead of knowing it, another's.
Yeah.
Might be like ways tactics, they have to work with.
Yeah, like
groups too.
subsection.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that could be.
Your big goals.
What, and any other person for goal 1 and priority 6 was warrants? Goal 1, which includes
Oh.
athletics. Okay.
And just, again, so these are the task force members that will be working on specific sections with support from staff, pulling in an advisory committee member or two as requested by the task force members. And they'll be working on that section of the draft report, and we'll be then compiling all of those sections. We're figuring out a way if we can share those out prior to August, so once someone is done with their section, but otherwise we're following the timeline that Darlene outlined. So all of these sections that are being refined by the folks listed here will be stitched together and shared with the task force on July 30 in advance of the August 13th meeting. This is how everything is.
Yes. Okay, we do have one more that, remember we threw up that slide that was like things that didn't really have a home yet? Which slide number was that?
19, it looks like maybe, is this the next one?
I thought that was like 7, 8.
Oh, I don't even know where we're at in the slide deck.
There it is.
This one. Up the next slide does. Okay, so this was from yesterday, from your packet of proposed additions and revisions. We had conversation around priority 2. James, Leah, Ruth, Chi, and Lawrence were interested in that one.
What is this?
Okay.
Yeah, that was the one.
So remember we on, yeah.
Such big government structures.
So this was in the proposed revisions and additions document. These are ideas that aren't currently nested in your draft report, but we're discussing, you put the stars. And then we talked about 3 things from that list yesterday.
Right. Oh,
This
these
is
are pretty
giving you
obvious.
time, yes, these are things that are not immediately obvious. Now that you all have assigned yourselves to sections of the report, this like established governance and monitoring bodies idea doesn't go anywhere
Right.
immediately, so that's why we're bringing it up.
I can say that. Also. Resources.
Yes.
That could go under. Is there access to public funding coming up?
Okay,
What might it find with it?
goal 7, I believe.
Goals that.
So can I ask then, who just signed up for goal 7?
Gloria and.
Doria and she. Do you want to keep this under goal 7 so Doria and she can continue to work on it? Or did you want to workshop this concept externally and then plug it in?
Gloria and I already worked on it.
It's fine to consider it, okay. 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 Can we go back up to this number, number 2, the recommend new government structures for accountability and implementation?
That feels gigantic, and it feels like it ebbs and flows depending upon how some other things shake out in terms of like. For those things. I don't think that doesn't fit neatly into any of those other things at all, and I think given that those other things are explicit call outs of goals from the task force as a priority, I think we should kind of maybe like put a pin in that one. That's just my opinion.
It also felt like there could be some kind of hybridization in, and I don't totally know what was discussed on priority 3. But the continuation of the task force in some form felt like some kind of blending of those two things. Like what would a role of a and then that land observatory, like that all kind of felt like what is the ongoing role of a similar body in, you know, accountability and monitoring these proposals.
Which I do think could actually fit under the policy framework change recommendations. Like there may be pieces of the governance and monitoring that we could like put in there as for that, but I don't
Okay.
like it. Yeah, there's only so much time in that feels. Yeah.
It does feel though like there should be something within the task
Yeah.
force. Like we talked about an appendix that says we didn't have time for this or. We know that we have limited time, but there is one recommendation for something in this document that talks about what a continuation of this work could look like.
So the question would be, do you want to assign people to ask that question before August, or do you want to put a pin in that? Work with the structure that you all just came up with and reopen that question in August? That's kind of the question here.
What if I know, we mentioned that in each section there would be kind of like or guiding questions, maybe that's one. This is fine. This is
Okay.
this is there a place for this? Do we still need to kind of so we can the smaller groups can kind of make that decision on the governance.
I'll write it down here.
So we were supposed to back out.
Mhm.
What feedback?
So that's one prompt for your new delegated groups. And say it again, maybe, Thea, what was the prompt? Having people's mind?
This established governance and monitoring bodies, where did that fit? Or should we move to skeleton to appendix? Question.
For everyone to consider, or
No,
yeah, go ahead.
I think it's confusing because we've got our sections of the report, then these are priorities from the advisory committee that came up as new ideas.
Not just the advisory
Yeah.
committee. Yes.
And those committees, and working groups. So we don't have to put any of that in our report. We could just say right now that this is too much, like, so just real quick, priority 2 on page 9 through 10. Has several recommendations. One is creating stewarding public land. Another is create a new agency or agencies led by tribes and socially disadvantaged farmers and ranchers. Those are very large, like those are not currently in the scope of our report.
Yeah.
And we talked about that a little bit yesterday and you know, Jamie
Yeah.
Howe gave her, but maybe there's certain structures right now that aren't working. And you know, do we put more accountability within current agencies? Do we need to create something new? Those are very, but to me, that's not an appendix. Right? That's like, we should either decide if we want to recommend that or not. And kind of align on what we want to recommend. So I don't know. I personally don't want to create a new agency or department, but I hear the concern that maybe needs aren't being filled right now with existing agencies. So, I mean, I don't know. To me, if we need to probably figure that out before August, right? If we're going to recommend creating another department of California government.
I think the question really is there a champion for this idea? And if there is, and you want to develop this for consideration in August, yay, groovy, like, let's work on that. If there's not a champion for this idea, then I think it kind of by default falls out.
Yeah.
Nathaniel.
Just based on everything, because I think this was one of the ones that we did actually get to touch on yesterday in a little bit more depth. Kind of what Leah said is like, it kind of falls in other spaces with the observatory and like continuing any work that we're doing. You know, we could make a better recommendation and not necessarily on the, because I think we all kind of got onto the same page of not new departments or agencies, but bolstering ones that are existing, and you know, maybe further down the line we're able to come up with it. But yeah, I don't feel like we need that priority to recommend new governance structures for accountability. To a goal. Yeah.
Irene.
Oh, I just want to say that I am in favor of a new department. Like, that's one of our priorities in our project of healing land collective power. Establishing a Department of Agricultural Equity. There's ideas champion for that. And I think even this sort of lays a foundation for creating something like that.
So would you be willing to basically spearhead the development of a goal or a strategy that addresses this? For group consideration. Okay.
Definitely.
I'd like to help her too.
Yeah, I mean, basically just now formed a new working group for yourselves to work on this.
So I'm already kind of working on it.
Thank you both for volunteering for that.
Yeah, I think it's needed in, for underserved communities, including tribes. And then also, I think I think we need something as a task force to, we need something big and bold, and this would be it.
Okay. Great, so we're gonna flush this out. Is it flush or flush?
Flush.
Weird. But like when you're flushing it out, like. We're gonna flush this out. Sorry, that was me. Okay, Sean. Oh, and.
So I just want to make sure I'm hearing everything clearly. There's sort of two discussions there. One on this new governance structures, potentially new department, things of that nature. But then Leah's also talking about the continuation of the task force in some shape or form. So now that we have the working group that's doing this piece of that, would that make sense for, to me seems like a whole task force discussion on the continuation of the task force just to be tabled for the August meeting. So to get through stuff that you already have.
Can I ask a question on that? For the August meeting, is there a component? Hold on, let me collect my thoughts. Is what you're suggesting, Sean, there is a component of the recommendations report that recommends the continuation of the task force, therefore we need to develop text for inclusion? Or is it a separate conversation where it involves the continuation of the task force, but it doesn't necessarily need to be written into the report?
And again, I'm not on the task force, but what I would be thinking this would look like is that at the August meeting, there would be a discussion about whether or not to continue the task force, what form that might take, what sort of things it could do. If there's some agreement and a proposal to move that forward, that would then be developing the text, which would appear in that October.
Okay.
Draft.
How do folks feel about that?
I kind of want to now hear what this new working group comes up with, and if it's like, if it encapsulates that, or if there's still additional body that needs to happen.
Okay, that's fair.
So maybe a question to that working group working on that would be, is there any role for a similar kind of body in what you are developing? I guess would be a question consider while you're, and then everyone can discuss in August.
Okay.
So,
Go ahead. I mean,
so are we allowed to talk to other members, like side conversation?
No,
And like expert opinion?
Yes, so you can work with
Not have them.
not having members. You can talk to staff and request that staff assist you in learning more about what you're working on, but you cannot contact other task force members.
So we can review everything.
Yes,
Yeah, when it's
yes,
ready,
yes.
right, there first.
And give feedback.
Yes, exactly. This is not the only opportunity to give feedback.
So in the small working groups, if something comes up and you're like, I really want to talk to this task force member because they have a lot of knowledge on this. You could create like a quickie working group. Involved working group though, like two, like one of the working group branches off to do a one-time meeting working group, get there.
That's a serial
No,
meeting. Meaning you're basically having a meeting, you're just having it in chunks across time. So you cannot do that.
One of our recommendations be to amend back. Stick on everything else.
Make comments in like, it's starting a task, like, look at this. Someone look at this, can they do that?
They can, no.
They don't see the.
But you can ask staff.
So what would have to happen would be Lawrence and Irene are working on the language. They are noting that they would like additional feedback. They tell staff what that is. And then staff have to basically consolidate, remove any kind of like discussions that would then appear as if we're just breaking up discussions across a serial conversation, and then share it as appropriate. So in that situation, I don't exactly know what the situation is, what it would look like. I guess you'd all just be trusting staff to do as much as we can to facilitate you within the confines of package. So I don't actually have a really clear answer, but I think we would make sure we're doing it right.
We could put a suggestion, though, maybe.
Exactly.
Yeah. Whoever.
Would have something to say, and then it would go to staff would be the ones reviewing that. Did you say?
Well, on the previous slide, I think that's what the green names are also kind of getting at. It's like additional people that find that's interested in the topic. Did we also identify anybody else now that could be a green name? That could be like a staff can then know that that's a key person to reach out to, that you decide on your own to do that.
I think it's helpful to know right now who is feeling passionately about these issues outside of who is appointed there. Just so that staff have that information. We'll have to figure out, to your point, the right way to do that. But if there are people who aren't on that list, but feel really passionately about goal 3 or whatever it is, now is a good time to flag. And we'll include you the other color.
One more thing about this priority 2.
Yes.
We're gonna write it and it's gonna be part of the appendix.
No.
Now,
no.
I recommend it does, because then it'll get that feedback. And the rest of the committee, the rest of the task force will be able to see what we come up with.
Sorry, Lawrence. You're gonna write it. The task force is gonna see it. You're gonna talk about it in August and decide, do you want to integrate it into the main body of the report? Or do you want to move it to an appendix? Or
Okay.
something. You have to flesh out the idea.
and as a working group, you can make a proposal about where it belongs in the report, and then it can show up in a draft for August, and then discussion.
It's a new goal, maybe it's a sub goal.
Okay.
You as a working group will say, staff, incorporate it in this way into your August report. To your point, Lawrence, yes, everyone needs to see that language in August so they can comment on it. Does that make sense? So what I just said makes sense.
Yeah, but it doesn't tie with what you were saying. You were saying just write a document and then share it at the August meeting. You're saying put it in the draft report.
Yes.
Suggest where we go and
Exactly.
input it.
Yes, staff.
Okay.
Yeah. Staff.
But you're saying just write a document that doesn't exist in the,
It doesn't yet,
doesn't exist in the report.
it doesn't yet have a home, so you have to generate something.
Mhm.
And then sorry, I'm eating, it was just total food. Then you, as a working group, suggest, maybe this fits nicely under goal X. So let's place it there in the next iteration of the draft report. You might decide it doesn't really fit nicely somewhere, but we think it should be a standalone goal, put it there. Or you might say, we talked about this. We don't feel like it feels like a goal, go in the appendix.
And then you put it in the appendix.
Yes.
And then everyone sees it and then we talk about it.
We follow
Okay.
your direction.
All right. That was my point. That's what I wanted.
Okay, sorry, I
Good.
muddied it, but then we cleared it up.
Yeah.
Can I make a suggestion for priority to, in addition to the suggestion to develop another department, could there also be plan B or additional suggestions for the governance and accountability within existing agencies? Because I think even if a new department is created, we'd still want, like, how does it interface? It's not in a silo with CFA, Farmer Equity Office, and CBFA General. That, I think either way, we wanna do something about that. I need to contribute to that maybe later on or something. I don't know where we go. I'm also interested in number 7. I would write something about that.
Do you mean goal 7 on the?
Nope, priority 7.
Oh, you mean go back a slide?
Nope, right there. Task force Advisory committee and work group and subcommittee input, whatever resulted in the new ideas of priority 7. I would be happy to draft something to that relate to the multi-benefit plan or literacy programs for the other suggestions. Advisory brought up.
So that's the, that,
The IUCN.
yeah, like I still don't know what that means.
I can
share that with
I don't know how much time the study is versus it's sort of like these generated.
Yeah.
Study just kind of, we mentioned, like, we should do all of this, and it was a Harvard study, it wasn't like,
On groundness, yeah.
Was that you, Nelson?
Yes, I can't really hear everything in the room when everybody's speaking, but since we're on priority 7, I'm interested in working on that as well, properly and repurposing.
Cool. That's a working group, thank you.
Actually, can I mention another priority area which didn't get as many stars, so the priority area 4, which is. I don't know if we contributed this, but to me, this is actually one of the boldest ideas that has been mentioned, is to actually address land. Yeah, this is on page 11. Home land. Yeah, number 4, add context and recommendations that address land consolidation, non-operating land. And so, some of this recommendations to deal with land consolidation by large investment companies and that sort of thing is do more work researching and tracking land transactions and who owns what, develop regulatory policy on entities that have too much control. This is like sort of like antitrust legislation, right? Or something like that. Breaking up, this is Teddy Roosevelt stuff, big stick. Break up big corporations and hedge funds that own the majority of California farmland. To me, I'd really rather do that than create more regulations. Although it involves that, but, or more government departments, although maybe you need it to something like that for this, but like, I'm very interested in exploring that idea. And to me, that actually start getting at some of the inequities in current land transactions, but so I don't know, I give myself more work here, but is anyone else, I guess, is anybody else interested in exploring that?
James and Jordan.
Yes, is the
Oh,
answer to that question, but also,
No.
parts of it feel like they fall under
Go for it.
reform policies and regulations to address uneven impacts, so there's like. Parts of this regulatory piece feels like that could live in there, and part of it explicitly recommends going under goal for that last goal. So maybe we can actually just, instead of a separate working group, like, just make sure these considerations are pulled into those goals.
I think you can go 6
So like broaden goal 6 a little bit, and then, this also feels related to
Yeah, right.
like conserving and protecting. You know,
After that, I think more is very relevant to go for.
yeah,
Can I propose here, though, that if there is something that feels like it does actually need to be thought through and how it fits into a lot of different goals, it would be helpful to have a working group that is
Yeah.
exactly
Yeah.
examining
yeah,
that.
I'm okay, like I.
So I just put that out there. If you all are feeling like that is a priority for all of these goals to consider, right? Like, how can we address cropland consolidation under each of these goals, then great. But if there's a group of people who want to think about that idea as like a big idea, how are you gonna focus on it in the report? I suggest having people doing that. So I don't know how you all.
So what are our options? What?
I think that this, Eve, like the least informed person around the table here, feels like this idea is complex and big enough that it would warrant a separate group trying to develop it further and figuring out where it might slot in. And so, we have a note here that it could have a home under goal 4 or 6. I don't know if it comes, if it splits out into its components, but Ruth, you're interested in that. Dorian, you're interested in it. James, you're interested in it. We also have under 4, Dorian and Daniel are working on that, and goal 6 is Ruth and Irene. So maybe it makes sense for James and Dorian to work on this. Or Ruth and, I don't know, sipping it.
Well, I do feel like it hits on a couple of our goals. It could be an overarching theme, so it can even be brought into the introduction, but I think it also hits on a couple of things. If we're thinking about things like right of first refusals, that kind of fits in squarely with that. What does it mean to actually make sure that we're fighting against the corporate consolidation in that way? I can also see it fitting goal 9, for example, making sure that there's a land base for public use rather than private. So I do see it being an overarching. I think that can permeate the whole report. But I don't know if that also just kind of makes more sense, or if we want to be more precise with it and like keep it to one goal.
I think it could go under several goals as long as it's there somewhere. We develop specific recommendations. And I'm good with wherever it lives.
So are Dorian and Ruth, are you okay being point people to think about this idea? And part of that thinking will be about suggesting where in these ideas.
That works.
Okay, thank you.
And then, sorry, do we have are Dorian and I a working group, or what are we?
Yes, you are now a working group thinking about that.
And what about James? Is James is
James.
like,
Third wheel.
now we're in a situation of we have someone who we want feedback from a task force member, and then you get it from James.
Yeah, so James is going to be in the other color text, which is like not our 2 point people, but we have flagged that James is interested in this and would like to be part of.
I kind of feel like it's a moment where I'm gonna step in. I feel like it's a moment where it's like, okay, Ruth and Dorian, you're solid. You're like, got a solid draft. And it's July 15th. And we email it out to everyone and say it's available for comment, but then I ping James and say like, James, I know you're especially interested in this. Please take the time to carefully consider this and.
Yeah, either way, also, if it's going out to everybody, I can just be like, I care about this, more time. So like whatever the smoothest way to logistically do that, and if it's like leaving me out entirely because it's gonna go. I mean, we're doing this like, everybody gets everything, groups of people are working on little things, everybody gets everything.
Yeah.
Groups of people are working on little things,
Totally.
draft recommendations, that sounds right to me, and so it'll get caught either here or here, but it'll get captured.
And then in our working group, we can talk with the advisory committee member or whoever it was, it actually doesn't.
Yeah, I think it was Marissa.
Well, Adam too. It's
Marissa and Adam Kalo went consult with on that. And we talked about rights of refusal. Okay.
We will make sure
Yeah.
to partner, pair you up with the people who have been part of the discussion. For all of these sections.
Can you go back to the slide?
This one?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, do you all want to talk about priority 8, urban rural infrastructure? Do we have any champions for that?
I definitely wanted to like be a part of more discussion. Because I'm not sure what subcommittee was brought up in. But those came up on me yesterday that I was over to discuss it. But maybe that's just looking at the ideas thus far and input from the advisory committee to see where, if anywhere it belongs in the vote.
Doria, go ahead.
Just, what exactly is it?
It's
If you, do we have access to the?
You have a copy of this, Doria, maybe not limited.
it's a little confusing.
If we have time, I'm not saying necessarily that I would have capacity to be involved in a working group on that. But since we did not discuss, didn't get around to priority 8 as a task force, there are certain things that I'd like to discuss if and when we have time regarding urban. Okay.
I think we might have time to just, let's open this one up for a little conversation so that if Nathaniel and maybe another person, Nathaniel and Doria want to take this on, have some additional conversation as a working group, you can give them some things to consider, some guidance right now. Everyone tracking along, we're in the priorities, proposed additions and revisions document, the last one, number 8, discuss how to address urban and rural infrastructure and interaction. Nelson, what's on your mind about number 8?
Okay, when you said right now, you meant right now, okay. Yeah, so when I was reading through it this morning, just reviewing it, I think we need some clarification about like what is the infrastructure we're speaking of. My impression is that it's talking almost entirely about housing and transportation from urban to rural agricultural areas. And that makes sense. I don't know if it's broader than that, but I think starting there would be a great place to start and to, to devise a solid infrastructure around that. I don't know, where people are going to be, or where housing is more available in urban areas, it might be far distance to where folks might be working in rural farmland. So, I don't know what the efficient transportation system would look like. But when we're talking about infrastructure, it made me think of like setting up some funding to cover farm worker, van or transportation system, something that can assist with that for folks that may not have the means to transport, and or developing easing the restrictions on farm worker housing in rural areas so that folks that work on farmland fields can lay their head and live closer to where they're working. So those are some ideas that came to mind first, and then I feel like it fits in nicely with goal number 8. There is, some language already included regarding some of those topics. But I think we need to clearly define what type of infrastructure we are specifically talking about and considering in these recommendations in regards to the urban-rural interface, and then go from there, because that's a big topic in and of itself.
It looks like right now goal 8 has Nelson and Nathaniel assigned to it. Can we just, Nelson and Nathaniel, can you maybe continue the conversation?
But Doria was.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
When I read this, I'm feeling very like, it feels like although urban housing and urban housing issues are really important, that's beyond scope for this task force. It's like a huge problem in the state of California. And I wonder if we could focus more on, there are major issues with the kind of urban rural interface and structure needs and different things. But with this particular focus around, urban housing should be more affordable and urban spaces designed to alleviate pressure on rural space, that just seems like just too big to include in this scope. And I would love to be a part of discussing what other things are necessary or I feel like are actually really pertinent to our scope, but I'm also totally willing for Nixon and Nathaniel to do it.
I completely agree. And I guess what came to mind is like being an urban farmer, starting out as an urban farmer, if I wanted to, there's obviously trade back in all these different situations with infrastructure, but I'm lucky enough to live in a space where it's a sort of farm by right. I actually don't need a business license for my area to farm because it's been a long-standing thing in that area. It's like one of the last areas that kind of has that. But if I wanted to drill a well, and it's going to cost me just as much, or like would be denied because I'm trying to get untreated water instead of the municipal water. I guess those are the kind of things that I was imagining, like zoning could not that we're changing zones, but like opening up conversation to make it more accessible for folks to scale up and like not lose these significant pieces of agricultural land or potential green spaces within cities. I forget who said it yesterday, but like once you develop over that land, that soil will never really regenerate or come back. So yeah, I just want to kind of dive deeper into those issues or solutions. Yeah.
I like this idea of you and Doria forming a working group, exploring this concept. Maybe there is a recommendation or two that comes out of your dialogue that fits nicely somewhere, and then maybe it's a short narrative that describes the nexus between urban infrastructure and land equity with the like a paragraph or two, like in a recognition that's outside the scope of the task force, but it's an important consideration or something like this. You've got flexibility in.
And I'm willing, if Nathaniel signed up yesterday, I'm willing to step back as well. wants to do it.
No.
Not Nathaniel, sorry,
Nelson,
Nelson.
what do you think, Nelson? Do you want to work on this one with Nathaniel? Doria is saying that she can give her seat to you, or would you prefer Doria and Nathaniel work on it?
I definitely prefer Doria to be involved in the conversation. I don't want to take that seat if there's no open room. Doria, that's you. Yeah, your insight is extremely valuable for that topic, especially. So I think you need a seat there.
Okay. Ruth, were you in the queue? Or is that a legacy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just real quick, I do think that's an important topic. And I agree with Doria that there might be things that are outside of our scope. But maybe we could put them in an appendix or just say like this is for further consideration by relevant entities or something, just that, so we can at least name it as a
Right.
connected topic, but we didn't necessarily provide specific recommendations. And I think the infrastructure is interesting, and also the urban rural interface where you have a farm next to an urban area or like on the border. It does bring up all those zoning and other kinds of issues. Like I remember in Fresno with a farm with forest and an internet that lived in a housing development coming by and feeding it things. No, they didn't want the horse eating. And it's just that like lack of control and just all the different issues that come up with dust or whatever. I do think that maybe some of that fits under some of the policy goals that in the previous list of goals, but that would be discussed further.
Real quick, I think that's an important thing, and maybe even, I would say, not necessarily even the appendix. I don't want to push everything. I think it could go fit nicely in the overview and the history of agricultural land equity in the beginning of our report. You know, 1-2 paragraph and explain the reasoning for the whole report.
I agree, I think it's a context setting, right, for how maybe people who are reading this aren't relating as much to the agricultural piece, but they relate to that connection with like affordable housing. This all ties together. This is not inside. It's not an initial kind of introduction.
And
our audience.
And it's almost two-sided, like I have to, like in the urban area, yes, I don't have to drive far to my farm, but I can't get the well put in. But in the rural area, I could drive really far, but there's more access and find all the food I need. I can only find farm issues. I can only find large acres of land or not small parcels that could help me scale up. So yeah, I definitely agree with context setting for folks that are like, when you think of farming, a lot of times it's large agriculture and, you know, not in those 30% of people that have that 1 to 9 or 60% that's 1 to 20 inch acres.
Ruby, what's up, James?
I think that as relates to this infrastructure question, we really want to address it across all the different sectors. Like we want to we need there are ways and means by which we need improvements to urban and rural infrastructure, tribally held land. And so it's interesting that in here it's called out as like an explicit thing just about infrastructure, which we don't actually have. We don't have an explicit recommendation that's like we need to, but I think it's important that because it's gonna land in all places, like so many land tenure for sure, it's gonna come up. So yeah. But I think having, anyways, sorry, just speaking of popping into my head now. I need to drink this.
No, I think those are all good prompting questions for the working group to kind of think through, where to ensure there's not redundancy, and then also maybe slotting into which goal.
Thing. So this is a topic that it lands in kind of what the work that I do, it's my primary practice. I feel like there's a number of different things, from talking about the role of food hubs and, you know, interfacing with other small farmers in order to create markets in urban areas. And even things like, you know, general plans and making sure that urban agriculture is legal in your area, and different things like examples of what people have done to reduce the costs of permitting to do urban agricultural projects, which is another kind of land tenure issue in an urban area. If you have, you know, very expensive permitting for every little thing that you need to do, it makes it prohibitive. So it just feels like there's a whole realm of things that I don't think really get touched in other areas because of the nature of urban farming, that could be and should be discussed here. So just putting that on the record.
Yeah. Okay. I think we ran through all of those items in that bucket from yesterday. We've got working groups established. Well done, everyone. Honestly, well done. I did want to just acknowledge that there are a couple of these other items, like we had discussed in the early part of the working session yesterday, and a few other sprinkling of things in this document that staff has an idea of where they should go, and we're gonna work on slotting that into your appropriate goal for your consideration in your work group. If that sounds okay with everyone. Anything else on your minds related to any of these ideas to develop that you want to get out here on the table for your colleagues for when they move into working groups in June? Okay.
I have something to add, just really quick, about the establishing new governance and monitoring bodies. If this time is appropriate.
Let's hear it. Yeah.
Just an idea. Okay, just want to plant the seed of the idea of, you know, the possibility or the idea and the discussion that we've brought forth about the continuation of this task force. Maybe the task force itself is that governing body or monitoring body as a separate, like its own body, not housed under or administered by SGC, but has its own, and then can be like a accountability system for all of the policy frameworks and recommendations we put forth that will be spread across all different agencies and organizations. Just an idea. I know that's the whole thing and requires a deeper conversation, but that came to mind when we were talking about that, and I just want to plant the seed, if that's a possibility or an interest to develop further for the folks involved on that working group.
Thanks, Nelson. Okay.
I just wanted to add on for priority 4 that I think Ruth and Dorian.
Dorian and Ruth.
Dorian and Ruth. Yeah, I just wanted to say, yeah, I'm interested in that too, but you don't need to put that down. But just when you're writing, I'm interested, but not very educated. So if you can do like an overview in your report and like the importance of it, and like one thing it says, we know specific people and entities have too much control over the land. Just kind of be more specific about, I mean, do we know that, and is it documented?
We do.
Okay.
Presentations on, you know, the consolidation of land in the South Cape Valley, for example, by investment funds or hedge funds. And so that's documented by like Bloomberg and a couple other folks are looking at that. I think Madeline, thank you, talked about that as well. So it's hard to document because it's hard to find transactions, and that's partly what this is getting at, is wanting to track this.
Okay.
You raise a good point, though, throughout the body of your report, it will be important to provide citations and rationale for the recommendations that are being put forward, and that's where all this background research that you all and staff have been doing over the last year and a half will especially come in handy to give you credibility and foundation for your recommendations.
Yeah, I would say, I'm not a fan of citations, like just write it out, put it in the body. I mean, definitely cite it, but don't refer me to the footnotes and have to flip through pages. I want to see it in the text.
Right, to get more information.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But to show that we've done our homework, well,
Yeah,
Where
yeah,
the reference.
okay. And then more than like a reference to read this, you know, the person's book, the researcher's book. Yeah.
Nathaniel, then Doria.
I guess the only thing I wanted to add, it's on priority 4 too, is that, you know, not sure where this lands, but the sort of land fund that was suggested or talked about, you know, earlier on, you know, just making sure we're giving a good recommendation and not just, all of them, because I do know that this is nothing that is continuous and like, that's what a loophole is like, the minute there's a solution, there will be another loophole. And, you know, be able to create a shelf to do something, and just knowing that and being like, what is combative, what is empowering to the farmers that are also trying to go after that land versus what are we doing to stop the, you know, larger corporations. And I think the land fund addresses that.
Thank you. Doria, then Irene.
So one of the thoughts that just came to mind, when we were talking about citations and writing text and everything, is that in my mind, I thought that this was going to be one of the roles of the advisory committee, of making sure we had, you know, the proper citations, they would draft that kind of thing, that, you know, they would have the time and the resources to do it. I'd love to see that happen, so it doesn't fall on us and we're more driving direction, making sure that the right things are included, giving feedback. So I just wanted to kind of point that out, that I don't want to sign up for more than I'm capable of doing. I don't think I'm going to be able to write a PhD thesis on this topic, you know.
Sure.
Is there a way to send a draft to the advisory committee and ask that question specifically, like where can you add references that relate to the content?
That was one of the requests in the current version, but I think that now that we have more clear sort of point people looking at these sections, it will be easier to again go to advisory members and say, task force members want more detail here, please provide them with detail in the form of citations, written descriptions, and then it comes to task force to decide how and whether.
Or even just saying in general in the draft, wherever we're making an assertion about fact, that can you help us make sure that those assertions are supported with evidence, and, you know, draft up some kind of a short segment in with the citation so that we don't do that.
We can definitely take that specific request back as what is, especially valuable. Thank you.
Irene, Nathaniel, are you back in? Okay, Irene, yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to acknowledge what Nelson. And I'm totally thinking that. But I'd even like to talk more to Nelson about that. I don't know, that's legal. But just to kind of expand on that about the task force. Aside from that, I'm thinking too, I know we could probably request certain resources like maybe power mapping, organizational structure, state entities. But I think it's also, I think it was Ruth mentioning something in regards to like maybe the cohesiveness between agencies and looking at models that, you know, like DIR, Department of Industrial Relations, how much progress they've made in terms of workers' rights. Because we've been really involved in that, and I know like Aramula has a bill. But yeah, Aramula's office also is fully involved in a lot of the DIR work, but they wanted to create an ombudsman or a way to streamline resources for worker complaint. But a lot of that is really focused on bringing these agencies together, right? And working together. So maybe we can throw ideas out there about what bills exist in other agency arenas, right? That would help.
Yeah, it sounds like maybe one thing you're suggesting here, Irene, is that as everyone is working in your section, so this is one of your things you were thinking about, Irene. If you know of efforts that feel parallel or feel like models, that's very valuable. So that's just one of maybe the questions to pose to you all in your working groups. What models, what case studies, what feels important to bring into this as exemplary kinds of work. So I think, Irene, those are great examples of that piece of it.
Yeah.
Just a quick comment on what Dory was saying about the advisory committees. I think making sure that they're, seems like yesterday, like with task and supporting with additional research that they know of, very helpful, rather than directing us to include something or not include something. That seems like a really good use of their time, and it doesn't feel like, in my personal opinion, overreaching part of the advisory committee work.
Agreed, and that is how they have been advised several times, is for exactly that role. So we will, I think, go back to them and have a debrief and ensure that what you have directed today in relation to the advisory committee is what they understand your role to be. They are not directing you, you are directing them.
Did you want to do the timeline or do you want to come back to that after break?
Well, it's 10:34. I have a little slide that just, I think, hopefully comprehensively reminds us of what Darlene so nicely, if you'll go forward, dang it, and maybe I'll put this up and then let's take this break. I put those dates that we had written over there into there's a question here, maybe we can come back to this question after our break. Everyone stand up. But just trying to reflect to you all again what you have, the structure you have just decided on. So we're going to be requesting your feedback by June 1st. Any additional feedback that wasn't shared in this meeting, we will get that revised draft to you all June 15th, and that's when we'll support the work you're doing as working groups, move that forward, connect you with advisory committee, whatever is needed. That question about energy to review, let's come back to that. July 15th, working groups have drafted their text. Staff from July 15th till July 30th are consolidating and producing for you on July 30th a August draft for your consideration. You have time to review it, and then we all talk in that August meeting. So that's just trying to back that up for you based on the conversation today.
If sections are done before July 15th, we will email them out with a notification and say, yes, this section is available. But that's your deadline, July 15th. I need a break.
Yeah, let's take a break. Okay, thank you all. That was a lot. That's fine. Hi, everyone, we're just coming back from break. Just another minute while people make their way to the table. I know some people are outside.
I did a loop and I did not, well, I went out front and I looked left, I looked right. I did not see anyone. There's a
I didn't see.
I did not, yeah, I did not walk around the block. But everyone has time tracking devices. Probably connected to their person, so. Their 15 minutes is up. We're gonna get started. Are we off mute? Yes, great. What are we talking about next? Do you want to go back to that slide or do you want to move forward and?
Well, I would like to pose the question about whether the task force would like to engage in the interagency review process now, or do you feel like you need to wait another iteration before that goes out for sharing? Seeing some
I
nodding.
think that was the consensus yesterday, and then we need to get a little bit more
Okay.
forward. Because if we're working on it and they're looking at it to give us their recommendation, and be like, all right, we made some moves, but we, you know, want to see it again, I guess, but. When would we do that?
Yeah, let's, well, that's the challenge, right? Megan, will you maybe go to our meetings slide?
Is that forward or backward?
I think it's both backward and forward. I think I put them in there twice.
This one?
Yeah. So, if you wait until August 13th to send out that August draft for interagency review, they would be doing that process condensed between August and October. And then it would be in your October meeting, you would have their feedback for your consideration.
That's not really enough to make a decision unless it's like, hey, we get the feedback on 15th and we make that decision either that day or the next day. Or
No, sir.
I guess.
Like we could send this draft out for interagency review and then give them September to review and provide comments, and then you would get those you would be exposed to those comments late September. And then you would discuss it in October and you would say, let's incorporate that, or that's cool, but we're dreaming bigger, so we're gonna leave that in, or whatever.
I think that sounds good.
Okay, yeah, so, okay, so let's maybe, is this the kind of thing that you want to have like a consensus thing on, or is there consensus? The question was, for those who were walking in, are you ready now for interagency review, or do you want to wait for your August draft? You would again pose that question. I think we're not ready.
There is, I did want to just remind folks that they have been introduced to you as a task force, and they've been introduced to your task and have been given the opportunity to connect with us and receive additional background so that they'll be prepared to review the draft. It won't be the first touch point, you know what I mean? James.
If they get the May version, sorry, if they get the August version, which would be the next window to capture interagency review, there would be one round of review before the final. And that could be a pretty substantive review if they're like, this does not work, or we cannot do that. I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean we need to listen to them, right? We can, we're doing it anyway. A part of me, like, I totally agree, like, we're not all the way there yet, but I'm also like, if we can get, like, if there are like big red flags out there that interagency would have for us, like, it might be good to know those before we do our next round of reviews, so that we can at least incorporate some of that feedback, even if it's like on the margins. At this point, I'm like, let's just get all the feedback from the interagency as soon as possible. And, you know, we don't need to listen to it, but let's get it before August. And then we'll have 2 rounds of interagency review, which I think would be better.
I have a question after Doria. Go ahead, Doria.
I hear what you're saying. I would love it if we had the time to do 2. I am worried that because of the nature of some of our recommendations, if we don't have them fleshed out and kind of backed up, that it could cause a hubbub. It could cause kind of blowback before we're even ready. And maybe, it may be because of some confusion in what we're saying that we could clear up. And if we get to a place where we have that kind of blowback before we're ready, it'll be hard to do this process. And I just worry, I'd rather present like thought out draft to folks and then have them give their well thought out feedback than have our kind of not quite there yet and then be open to creating a big mess.
That makes sense to me. The part that worries me though would be that it just quickens the blowback to the final, like, we have the final revised report and then they're like, none of this works for us for everybody to review. And it's, yeah.
Thea might have an idea then Ruth.
Yeah, I'm just reminded what Lawrence was saying earlier, that we still have things in here that aren't developed, and I really think the level, I've seen the list of people that are gonna be reviewing this, you can't really send them in it, because it's not gonna be a good use of their time. And I don't know if it's realistic to expect 2 reviews, unless there's key people we identify we like them and we can. So I'm in favor of waiting until August to set that, even though it's a shorter timeline. And we don't have to take their input also. Many of these things that we're discussing, people are gonna have really different reactions to, but that's just my opinion. What if in our working groups with the owners of those homes that we're talking to the advisory committee members, that we also flag people from the interagency review process to say this is the key person to look at this earlier, once we have our text mostly finalized.
I think those flags are helpful. So if, as you are working on your working group sections, if you are identifying a particular agency or department that feels very important for what you're suggesting, flagging that, and staff will be helping you. And what I can say about that is, so then in your August draft, we can immediately, when we send that out, flag those people in that process so that they know where to go in the reports, really, that will be useful to you all. Okay, so I'm hearing August starts the interagency review.
Irene, did you want to comment?
And before, flagging people before when appropriate.
So jump.
Yeah, I was thinking the same kind of thing that Ruth was saying. Maybe we want to add other agencies as we kind of develop our ideas too. Okay. So it might help to.
That's good.
Okay.
Move on from here.
I think we have to move backwards.
Move forward, but I moved backward a few, so thank you.
Wait.
Oh,
We
wait,
didn't do this.
no, we did not. Let me confirm, is that the next slide?
Yeah.
Sorry, I was. Yes, okay. So this is following up on, a slide that I made yesterday based on the conversation. Oh, yes, okay, so here's what we're gonna talk about. We're going to talk about something that came up yesterday regarding what are the ways that we want the task force wants to interface with the tribal nations. So we'll talk about the staff proposal for closeout and final work products that you all have as part of your briefing material. Spend some time thinking about that together. And then we have a conversation about the reserved 1 million in funds. So that's kind of a roadmap for what I was hoping to do in the space of this. Yeah, okay. So if you will go to the next slide. So yesterday we heard that we are not, it is up to the task force to consider how to engage with tribal nations. The tribal engagement sessions are happening, the work will continue with that, we will get those specifics figured out. We also, in that conversation, heard some interest in a letter, right, to introducing the task force in an appropriate way. I think Darlene had brought up making sure that the relevance is very clear and explicit. And then offering a discussion to anyone who receives that letter and wants further information from the task force. So we're putting forward to you all, I think that was left as an idea, but wasn't really confirmed. So what we were proposing based on that conversation is that we use the list that we have, and we'll kind of ask for input from task force members. What's the broadest list of tribal nations that should be included in this letter? Staff can send this letter. We will draft it and send it to the task force with a very quick request for feedback, because we want to make sure that we're doing our best to follow best practice with that, longer timeline for review, things like that. So we'll have a very quick request for any task force member who would like to review that draft letter, provide any feedback, and then staff will send that out to that list. That will be an invitation to engage with the task force. A question for you, so that's the proposal. There's I'd like to hear everyone's thoughts on that. And then there's also a question here. When we do that initial letter, if people like this idea, do we include the draft report with that? Or do we, if people want to review it, we then send it? This is I don't know if task force members have strong feelings about this, but that is a piece of information I wanted to put to you. Doria.
When were you proposing to send this letter? Is what we're not out with the office job?
It will be within the next 2 weeks that we would send it. Yeah.
I would say that because we don't have a very complete draft, that we would offer to send the draft once we do the August, once we have the August draft. No, I'm worried about it for all the reasons we talked about, the interagency review, all the incomplete kind of things, sharing a very incomplete version.
The listening session scheduled for you?
We're aiming for July.
Yeah, I just want to say in response to that, Doria, it's a good point and I understand that point. But I think all of the summer engagement at this point is going to be around this May draft, because we won't have the next draft until July 30th, more or less. And so that's something really important to note, just as far as our time.
And I think too, there is a challenge between balancing being able to truly be thoughtful and incorporate the feedback from communities with the timeline. If you wait too long to get the feedback, it'll be a lot harder to fully incorporate it or learn from that feedback. So we have been kind of operating under the assumption that this is something to consider, that really you want to get as much feedback from communities as possible by August. So that gives you a little bit more flexibility to really incorporate things through and ensure your recommendations are rooted.
I'm not sure who went up first, Ruth or Thea.
Oh, sorry, I interrupted.
Legacy, okay, Thea.
No, just saying, our listening session on Tuesday was really, I think tribal members came with a lot of really good feedback and guidance on our outline. And I think it was good to have that as a guiding tool, and also for them to understand the timeline of where we are in the process. There's full transparency and an invitation to actually with tribes. So I think that's a little bit different than the other goals. Potentially in those listening sessions, more informing, still continue to inform our also for their input. What would be most appropriate?
So at the meeting, the listening session, were they provided a copy of the draft?
Yes.
They were. Well, yeah, I think it's still be okay to do that. I mean, it is still a draft, we're still working on it, but because we are asking for input, need to have that input by a certain time too. Yeah. It'll be in July.
Leading up to the next 2 engagement sessions, we could also connect with point people on goal 1 and goal 2, given that those are the most relevant to the tribal nations, and see if there's updated language. So if we have an engagement session on June 25th or July 25th, maybe we will have updated language, so we can be a little bit iterative about it.
Did I just hear there was an additional like outline document that was provided during the listening session? And then
In slide form,
in slide form.
so
Oh, we just pulled out context from goal 1 and goal 2 as included in the draft report, so we could reference it.
Yeah, I do wonder if part of the letter includes some kind of a summary document too for reference.
okay, that's helpful, okay, okay. I'm sure that's part of that letter that's.
Other ideas on this or? Anything?
Michelle, the survey is open, right?
Survey has closed.
Oh, this one is. Sorry.
Are there other things to include here though, like other kinds of, I don't know, invitations or information that feel important in that letter?
I would just recommend doing the survey and having that as enough to provide input.
The trouble with that is having the capacity to then distill and analyze. And then feed it back to you all for consideration and determining how you want to incorporate that. So it could look like something else. I don't know.
That's what I was wondering about, like, how are we asking for feedback? Is it just live in the session or is there like another way that we're collecting?
Well, yeah, that's a really good question. I think that there's different mechanisms for that. And I think that there's, from what I was hearing, a couple of different purposes for doing this additional level of communication and touch points is informing and inviting folks to come into the process earlier on, and at least just kind of notifying folks like this is what's going on if you don't already know about it. Plus those other ways that have been available historically of joining conversation, doing submission of written public comment, connecting with a task force member directly, connecting with staff directly, plus the engagement sessions that have been planned. I think those are kind of the primary mechanisms, unless there are other ideas. Ruth, Irene, Doria.
Well, I think it's helpful to have a specific mechanism and format to provide feedback. And I wonder, even if it's not the full survey, could there be a Qualtrics or whatever form that with those letters, there's a shortened hyperlink that says, or a QR code or something that says go here, and then there's a small subset of the survey questions that could be asked that are not as much work to analyze. And maybe task force members could help identify what important questions are. Because if it's just like email us back with your comments, you know, that's gonna be harder to distill.
Yeah.
And it's maybe if there's something more structured of like, which section would you like to comment on? You know, what changes do you want to make? Or what else, you know, do you think we should know about?
I just
To be helpful.
want to jump in because we had those questions specifically for the engagement sessions. And so perhaps those translate quite easily.
Yeah.
Just to, you know, it was the same set of questions. And so I think for the consultation, we would be asking those questions as well.
So it sounds like the invitation that this letter is making is an invitation to engage through some kind of shortened way of providing survey responses. And the invitation to, if this conversation is requested, or to request that. So I'm hearing those two invitations in this letter.
Into the listening session.
And inviting them to be established.
Okay. What were your other suggestions to you?
I know we had Irene and Doria.
I was thinking maybe as an extension to a survey, like maybe like a second phase, like a audio like interview, one interviews, maybe get feedback.
That would be the invitation to establish, to host a discussion with them.
Oh,
Yeah, it would be kind of the ability to converse about it versus just say.
no good.
Yeah, I think that's important though.
Doria.
I don't have anything else to add. I think Ruth covered what I was.
The discussion will be facilitated by staff and brought back to task force.
Well, as I would hear, if we receive requests for discussion, I think we come back to the task, force, say, who of the task force can be part of this discussion? So I think staff would ideally take a facilitation role versus a leadership role in this. However, that is a question, that's why it's a proposal here, wondering what you think about that.
It would be, I would frame it around how the engagement sessions are.
Okay.
The staff leads that facilitation, but doesn't necessarily be dialogue.
The structure of it is built by staff, conversation is hosted and led by the task force. Is that right?
We can have up to 6
Sessions.
Oh, can I back up? Hold on. What you're talking about, the listening sessions.
Yes.
If somebody responds to a letter and it's like, cool, can we talk more about this? I'd like to learn more. Then what we can do is kind of connect that individual or, small group of individuals from that tribal nation with a task force member who has the time to connect with them and share out more as a representative of their task force. We can facilitate that conversation. Our question is like, that conversation is not as impactful and meaningful if it comes from staff. If they're connecting with the task force members who are doing work, I think that's more valuable. Plus also, you really need to dedicate time and resources to text developments on the in-between. So we don't know, maybe we get like 5 responses back like that. Maybe we get 30, maybe we don't get any and we get more interest to attend a listening session. So I guess that's just a hypothetical. We're doing some scenario planning, really. So Darlene, then Leah.
I'm thinking that, do we need to have that extra conversation, or can we just invite them to the listening session to bring up their concerns and be there?
I'd say yeah, because it's limited, those sessions, and maybe not everything will be, if conversed, so they need to follow up, or staff will need to follow up with them to find out what was in, because it was a 2-hour session, right?
That's what we've been planning. Yeah.
I believe we got everything yesterday. No, because Ken, he had his notes, so he didn't get through everything.
Oh, he did. Or he was referencing his notes and then we captured.
But I do think the invitation was there to share those additional notes, which you can go into the summary.
Yeah, he told.
Okay, good. Okay, all right. Thanks for noting that, Emily. We'll make sure that that's part. So it sounds like there is a leaving both of these options open feels important to capturing as many people as possible. Okay. Is there another?
Leah was on.
I was just kind of thinking about accessibility, folks who maybe don't feel comfortable enough time to do a written form, can't attend a listening session. Just want to get on the phone with somebody to verbally give their feedback, but it doesn't need like a full participation. It's not, it's not about them receiving more information, it's about them giving us feedback. Is that something that staff could just feel so that person has?
Yes, what I'm saying is without knowing how many requests that we're gonna come up with, if it's like 2 or 3, awesome. If it's 30, I'm just saying we're gonna need help.
Yeah.
And the help is everyone around this table. And so that's our question back to you is, if, we would love to offer this, but we have to offer this. We gotta be a team. We have to offer this on behalf of the team. And if we get 30 requests, then, we're gonna have to have help saying like, I've got that conversation. I'm gonna connect with that person, because I'm a representative of the task force and I want to do that. So if we can all kind of like agree, it's like, if we get a large volume of requests for that, can we help?
Can it happen one-on-one?
Yeah.
Okay. Can happen as a call, definitely.
Yeah.
And I think even if we get a small volume, there will be the invitation to the task force to be in that discussion. I just want to note that if staff are not planning to host these discussions without alerting the task force that a request has been made and without providing the task force the opportunity to join back. And when I say task force, I mean 1 or 2 members of the task force to join that discussion. Okay.
Okay.
Plan here, any further notes? This staff are gonna, we have a couple of very quick turnaround timelines on staff, but this is one of them, because it is really important we get this done as soon as possible, so people have adequate time to receive these letters and consider.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say too, just so that we're clear, like this review will have to happen electronically and we'll email it out and with a deadline, which will probably be like a week. And the letter, it can't be long or else we're gonna lose people that are not gonna wanna read it, right? So it'll be a short letter and we'll give you like a week or something and say, if you wanna comment on this, please do. And if we don't hear from you, we'll just assume that you feel comfortable with the content that's being put forward. Well, then will you be able to commit to reviewing things in the timeline or within the timeline?
No, I was just saying the language you're using, we shouldn't assume.
Well, I can't. I think the problem that we've been bumping into before is we put out deadlines and we're requesting comments back. And if we don't hear from folks, then the deadline has come and gone. So then wouldn't that not be a fair assumption to say, if we don't hear back from you, you don't have anything to share? So then how would you like us to follow up? If you can't meet that timeline or someone can't meet that timeline, then what do you need from us?
Information sharing, I think would be that initial follow-up.
What do you mean by information?
You know, the finalized report. If we don't hear back, we still share that information now.
No, I'm not talking about the report. I'm talking about a draft letter.
Oh,
Sorry.
sorry.
Yeah, so we're gonna draft a letter that includes this information in collaboration with tribal liaisons, and then we want you all to have the opportunity to have eyes on it, but we gotta like turn it around. So my assumption was, we give it back to,
What you were
okay,
saying.
okay,
That makes sense.
okay, great.
I thought you were referring to-
No, okay. No, I was like. I'd love to, like, if you're like, no comments, thumbs
No,
up,
that makes
like
sense.
a text and email, cool, so I know that you like took a peek, cool,
Makes
okay,
sense.
okay. Good.
I have a proposed suggestion for the letter, just being mindful. I know the electronic version and something that can be submitted would be most efficient on the staff side and the receiving end. I also think to get adequate feedback, an option for a phone call, not saying that is the primary mode of feedback from tribal nations, non-federally recognized and federally recognized, but maybe within the letter have a contact for a preferred conversation rather than just a written format. Just being mindful of the folks' time, like it might be easier for them to discuss that over the phone versus writing it out. I think that as an option would be beneficial. Of course, be mindful of the capacity of the staff to, cover those logistics.
Yeah, totally. That's what we're saying, Nelson. Offering folks that option, and if we get a lot of requests to hop on the phone and talk this through, then we might just need some team support from other task force members.
Okay, gotcha. My fault. Yep, sounds good.
Thanks, Nelson.
Yeah. Irene.
Sorry, I'm just thinking back to the other thing I was saying. Like, what if people don't have time to go over the whole draft? Like, can't we just invite these one-on-one calls to hear them out, and then whoever's talking, or staff or decide like, okay, we got that, check mark it.
Yes,
Like an open discussion and not.
That's
require
what-
them to read.
that is what we would do. It would just
Oh,
be,
okay.
let us know if you want to talk. And if they say yes,
Without
we want
reading
to-
it.
Well, we
It's
won't,
fine.
it's not like it's,
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I didn't know if it was like include, the report and then we expect feedback.
no,
We might
I
miss a lot of people.
think it's an invitation to engage.
Good,
So
okay.
people will engage to different levels. Some people might review that language before that phone call, some might not, but it's just an invitation to engage. Does that answer that?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Nelson's suggesting maybe we can get a little extra support on potential requests from the community outreach subcommittee.
Okay. Thanks for that. Okay, letter, it'll be sent through email, but it should also be printed well and sent through postage. Okay, that's what I would recommend. And then that initial follow-up call, I can commit to calling the Kumeyaay friends. 12 calls right there. Okay. Thank you.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna get
Thank
moving
you
on that.
all. So we'll be following up on this very, very soon. Can we? Oh, it's okay, Megan. Oh,
Plugged in.
no.
Okay, skip.
Yeah, we have reviewed this now. It's just a kind of reminder. This was our confirming the plan that had been brought up earlier, that we will maintain the community outreach subcommittee, which had also been suggested by task force, but that subcommittee is doing work that is not going to be within your working groups, right? And so I do the same way, and maintaining our grants and resources, because that subcommittee actually had a couple very clear next meeting items. So we need at least one more meeting of these two subcommittees, would be staff's proposal to you all. We have crossed out AB 524, but that is actually a question. So this is all a question. We weren't sure where the conversation ended yesterday, whether there was the need to host a second meeting with that AB 524 subcommittee. Just wanting everyone to take a look at this. And when we cross it out, what would really like you to do, please, is maybe keep that time block, because you've got that time block in your calendar. Why don't you just hold it and maybe use it to do some of your working group, where we can work with you to try to make use of those times you've held, but we will not be meeting as a subcommittee with these crossed out times.
Why is Leah shaking her head?
It's fine, talk to you.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
Others might have. So how are you all feeling about this? So maintain our community outreach meeting, maintain our grants and resources meeting. And that is it, other than the work you are all doing in working groups, which is a lot of work and will take significant time, yes.
I apologize if this is not the right time to bring it up, but are we coming back to AB 524 and the potential to write a letter of support anymore? Did you find out about Bagley King?
I did, and we can, in the space of a meeting, table an issue. And you use that when you want to come back within the space of the same meeting to something that must be discussed within that meeting. So
Before we adjourn, we could come back to that
Yes.
and approve a letter, modifications or whatever we want to do.
Or we have to vote again.
Right.
there would be an,
So
yes,
yesterday you
table the action.
Yesterday, there was, just to be crystal clear, you know, yesterday there was a motion on the table to effectively repurpose the exact letter that the subcommittee had already submitted, except the sign it and submit it on behalf of the full task force. That motion did not carry. So there would be an opportunity to open it back up for discussion and hear another motion if there was an alternative approach or a different action that you want the full task force to take, and open that up for conversation. There's also the option to maintain this June 25th AB 524 subcommittee. We did go through extensive scheduling efforts last month or 6 weeks ago to find times that worked for every subcommittee member, and this was the earliest we could do. So you could decide to maintain the subcommittee conversation and then pick up additional conversation threads that were started yesterday. Maybe it's around specific components within the bill and figuring out how you might want to engage that way. So that's a question for you all to consider right now. And we can also change composition of subcommittee members within the space of this meeting right now. So Ruth, I don't know, you don't think you are yes, you are. You are not a subcommittee member. Okay. So open floor.
I have some input.
Go ahead, Nelson.
So I'm in agreement with closing the LA3, the land tenure, the SNCR, and the LUG subcommittees, keeping the rest. I think AB 524 would be important since it's already formed. It'd be important to keep that, pending the outcome of the legislative process. I don't know if June 25th holding that meeting is of relevance. That's within the scope of that subcommittee. We'll know after, that month whether it passed or not. But since the task force is written in for informing and suggesting, specifics around everything related to AB 524, I think it's important for us to maintain that subcommittee. And then if it doesn't pass, then okay, then we close it. But since we don't know at the moment, I think we should just leave it open pending the results of AB 524 in the process. But the rest, keeping the community outreach, keeping the grants and resources subcommittees definitely makes sense to me.
Seeing several heads nodding. Anything further on this one, Leah?
I'm just wondering if there were any other people who wanted to join the AB 524 subcommittee and at that time.
And would there need to be people that hop off?
No.
In order to, we weren't at the limit.
Sorry?
We weren't at the limit of,
No, because it's a subcommittee, so it has to be publicly
oh, gotcha.
made public. Anyway, agendas, etc.
Whatever product from the AB 524 subcommittee will not necessarily represent the whole task force, right?
That is correct.
I don't think that work is important. Should have something on the task force. And the whole task mentioned in that bill. Should we discuss this again at today's meeting before that meeting? I think we should revisit that.
I would like to, so.
Yeah.
Okay. I think we have a little time to revisit. I am not super familiar with the entirety of the timeline with the legislation. So can we run that through, Camille?
I also am not as clear. I think what we need to be thought, so it's currently in the assembly. Tessa, Caleb, jump in here. It will go, once it moves through the various committees in the assembly, it goes to the second house, which in this case would be the Senate. It moves through appropriate committees within the Senate. That process would conclude by August, around August. So if the task force wants to submit position letters that go to those committees, really between now and mid-August is the opportunity to submit position letters to committees. That's really all that I think right now is on the table. And again, these are position letters are submitted on, the task force submits letters to committees that support or do not support, but so far have been supportive of this bill. And then that goes into the list of position letters the committee has in front of them when they consider the bill.
And do we already have a sample draft letter for the whole task force meeting?
We only have what the subcommittee drafted as our draft. And yes, yep. And that was called the question, and the task force did not vote to take exactly that language and send it from task force. That's what happened yesterday.
I also recall that part of the reason we scheduled an additional meeting, we submitted this subcommittee letter of support that had some pretty broad language and some caveats in there. We said we look forward to continuing to consult on this because we didn't really have time to provide substantive recommendations to modification of legislation. My understanding was that we were gonna dive deeper a little bit into the details in this June 25th meeting, because while we generally support the concept, we certainly had some.
Yeah.
And we were going to submit those, maybe not directly to legislators, but maybe to Jamie.
To CAF.
Yeah, to CAF
Yeah.
for incorporation, right? Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, so.
Go ahead, Ruth.
I would say that June 27th, sorry, was it June 25th, is too far out to provide meaningful feedback on those.
We tried to schedule.
So, okay.
Roadblock.
Caleb, just thanks, Caleb, looked up, July 18th is the last day for the second House Policy Committees to meet.
So that's your deadline, July 18th. If we
Like
were,
last time, we had said mid-August, we're talking about mid-July.
That gives us like 3 weeks. Is that?
so that means like,
Yeah.
might have.
Maybe earlier, and if it's like, when it's meetings, all the committee.
And we do almost want it like within their grasp, because they're approving and looking at stuff all the time, right? Like. We don't want it to be like too far ahead, but also about a week or 2 weeks.
I imagine the committee members receive a compilation of materials to review for each meeting
You
from
know,
staffers.
do we know when the next vote is, by which body and what date?
We do not know, the one just happened in appropriations yesterday, but so now we do not have a next
Okay.
date.
James.
Just to be clear on timeline, like, if we don't decide today to send a whole task force letter, there will never be a whole task force letter. Like, so, like, and based on yesterday's vote of the existing language, somebody would either need to propose that we, like, just so that I'm understanding this correctly process-wise, we would either need to propose alternative language that we would write and agree upon today, which feels untenable. And that's the only opportunity we have. Otherwise, the only way to kind of stay up to date on what's happening and interface with CAF and the folks who are writing this legislation would be to continue having this subcommittee meeting to be able to, and then the subcommittee can report back like the other committees at the August meeting.
Yeah, and granted, the legislative timeline is annoyingly nebulous. But you know, on that June meeting, you could decide to just provide feedback, like generate feedback and submit that feedback directly to CAF. You could decide to generate feedback and then submit a more position letter on behalf of the subcommittee.
I would be okay with using the subcommittee's letter and adding a short section that says we have flagged these areas for additional consideration, acreage limitations, and whatever else we talked about yesterday, and leave it at that. I don't know if others would feel comfortable with that. I mean, we're not gonna hash out a long letter text.
No way.
Not suggesting that. Would people be comfortable with adding, you know, like 3 sentences that says we have identified these areas for additional consideration? And here they are, and then use the rest of the text. Otherwise, I feel like we might have lost whatever opportunity that might be. And maybe that's okay. Maybe we don't want to do that. But it does seem like the bill is very aligned with our purpose. And I also don't know what the effect of our submitting a letter is, what's the impact of that. This is right?
And there's also, well, like, not to make things even more complicated, but there's also opportunities for individuals to interact with the legislation on behalf of yourself or your organization. So you could also say, you know, generally on behalf of organization X, that you're in support of this concept, but you have concerns about X, Y, and Z. If we can't get there as a full task force, as a full subcommittee.
I feel like, you know, supporting this, does help us later even get support back. Well, what we're gonna present. It makes sense to me to send another letter. That's why I voted in favor.
Well, we have to be pretty distinct about if there's gonna be a new motion on the table. It's gotta be significantly different. All right, so the motion yesterday to repurpose the language did not carry. We can't reintroduce that motion. So if we're going to have a conversation about using the structure of that letter, but then adding additional language, we need to kind of hustle through that because we have limited time and be pretty clear about that, or we have to just decide to move that to the subcommittee.
There are some, I'll just note, there are some other, like, I think very important things this task force wants to consider in this meeting. We have that $1 million reserve fund to talk about. And then like the final work you were doing over the next few months. So I just want to highlight the time we are taking now does reduce the time for those other things. So that's just something to know.
Doria.
So just want to mention again, I think that the one reason why we were kind of engaging with this bill in particular is because, you know, in the language, the second paragraph says this bill would require the department in collaboration with the California Agricultural Land and Equity Task Force to establish the farmland access and conservation for thriving communities program in the department to provide financial and technical assistance to support agricultural land acquisition and protection. So because it was explicitly calling this group out and saying that we would be responsible, you know, for working with them to establish this mechanism to provide financial and technical assistance, that we should chime in on it in some way. Because this is actually accomplishing some of the goals that we're probably going to be recommending. And so it felt necessary to chime in on it because it's moving. And, you know, and we can chime in on it in any way that the whole task force feels is appropriate. If we feel like it's inappropriate or if there's problems with it, then we should chime in that way. But this bill is basically directing this body, you know, to be involved in this thing. So just wanted to make that point really clear.
Megan, will you pull up the subcommittee's draft letter when you get a chance?
No.
Oh,
I also want to mention, so we voted on this yesterday. This is not on the agenda for today, acknowledging that. And I'm glad you acknowledged the time wasted that we're spending on this again today. The subcommittee already submitted a letter. It's already indoctrinated into the bill. Our participation is there. The author of the bill has yet to come to the task force. You guys understand that they're assuming that, you know, there's a partnership there when there isn't. So this letter is going to solidify an assumption that this was built together when it wasn't. And that's my issue, one of them. But yeah, this is ridiculous that we're spending this much time on it because we need to get to that funding. We only have, what, another hour or not?
20 minutes.
Maybe this is in that letter is where we put what? I mean, you were saying about recommendation, I mean, adding. Like, we're still going to establish how the task force is going to be a part of this. Maybe add that to the letter based on potential partnership or I don't know how that could be.
I mean, we can even call out what was just said.
Yeah,
We did not participate in the offering of this bill. We can say that, and that is in our opinion is not a genuine partnership. You know, but because we are implicated in the bill, we can do X, Y, and Z, or just say, that's it, that's all we say. I did think that they presented in the last meeting, did they not?
No, that was not present on meeting. Right.
no, they did not, Jamie Fanous as the sponsor, not the author. The author is an assembly member, the sponsor is Cap, came to the subcommittee meeting. The AB 524 subcommittee meeting, not the full task force meeting.
Oh, that was.
We have to introduce some plan meeting.
Yeah, I thought we had somebody in the last full meeting on the line who was talking about it and then they left. That was the
Subcommittee.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. It was a subcommittee.
Yeah.
We've got Nelson in the queue, and then I think we might need to decide what we're doing. Nelson?
Yes, just to add to the conversation, I think I feel like we rushed the motion yesterday and I only abstained because the motion was to repurpose. I was fully in support of just submitting it as is. I abstained because I don't think we have time to repurpose and change the language. It is just a support letter that's gonna bring more credibility and strength to 524 being passed. For us to get into the weeds of like acreage and like the specifics, like we are written in to be consulting and providing oversight for the details of AB 524 and implementation. So that I think our energy needs to be focused on that after the outcome of 524 in the legislative process. So I was like, I felt like we should just submit it and move on to the next thing that we need to discuss that's more important to like today's meeting. And yeah, because we're already written into it, we'll be involved in one way or another if it passes. So just want to provide like my perspective on how that motion went into being yesterday. And I agree with the frustrations that I think we need to move on and not split hairs too much more on like a support letter when we have other more important things to prioritize today.
Do you have a final thought on this, Ruth?
Final thought, I don't feel like there's been any real violation of protocol here. I think that the subcommittee met with the advocacy group working on the bill. The subcommittee wrote a letter, the subcommittee brought that to the task force. It was in our briefing packet. It was clearly outlined in the email that it was an action item on the agenda as well. I think it should be pretty clear that we were going to discuss this and discuss whether we should write a letter, and we had an opportunity to review it. And so I abstained yesterday because I just feel like there was a consensus, but thinking about it more, I feel like I don't really feel like there's a big issue with writing a letter of support for a bill that is very clearly aligned with the work that we're doing, and also mentions ways that we can continue past that. You know, it sort of implies that there's ways we can continue to be involved, and I feel like pretty aligned, sorry, with the bill. So I'd be okay with the motion to write, as Nelson suggested, maybe to just submit the letter as is, and then not keep discussing it further.
Can we call a second vote on the?
Can we, I apologize. I don't want to be responsible for a violation of Robert's Rules of Order or Bagley King, but we have Sarah on the line, so I don't mean to put you on the spot, Sarah, and I don't know if you know the answer to that question.
Sarah might not be listening.
Yeah, can we add?
Sorry, I'm here, but I wasn't able to hear the question. Would you mind repeating it?
So the question is, yesterday there was a motion on the table to effectively resubmit the letter that was the position support letter that was submitted on behalf of the subcommittee, but sign it on behalf of the full task force. There's a motion in second, and it didn't pass. The majority of members abstained from that vote, and now we're talking about it today in greater detail. And there's potential consideration and interest to pretty much put the same motion on the table. We don't know if we're allowed to do that. People are now explaining why they abstained, and it's sounding like there's interest to basically reintroduce the motion and submit the letter on behalf of the full task force. But I don't know if we're allowed to do that, because that is essentially the similar motion that was yesterday's.
And the agenda, right? It's been posted, it has to be posted for a certain amount of time.
We received, go ahead, Sarah.
Yeah, I don't know off the top of my head, and I want to make sure I give you accurate guidance. So if you can give me just a few minutes to double check, I will try to do that as quickly as possible.
Thanks, Sarah.
While she's checking, we came here with our own diverse backgrounds, expertise. And when it comes to tribal nations, where I'm from, we do not submit letters without a true partnership. It's a huge overstep. So my vote will be the same as yesterday, you know. Go ahead and stay.
Just want to again note that, for those who maybe in the context of the full task force, the outcome is not what you were wanting to see today. That is not your last opportunity to engage. With AB 524, there is a subcommittee that is engaged.
I feel like the problem is that for not all, for some members, the task force is insufficient. And so I don't know what the task force can do if anything that we do in the task force is insufficient for the whole. And I guess I'm wondering, what is it that we can do in the task force like that? What work can we do? Can we clearly define the work that is okay for everyone to do in the task force so that we don't upset people?
Do you mean in the subcommittee?
Unintentionally. What?
Sorry, do you mean in the subcommittee, what the subcommittee can do on?
Sorry. Yes, I'm using the wrong terms. This AB 524 subcommittee, what is the work that it's allowed to do? And that the full task force is in agreement for it, that it can do, so that we don't go away and then do something else that is alarming, disturbing, not right for the full task.
Nathaniel, were you looking to respond?
Yeah, almost with a question of like, does that, when we're signing on as the subcommittee, that is deliberately saying only the folks in the subcommittee are supporting. So like, I guess a question, would that mean, to Doria's question, is whatever the subcommittee decides, they can move forward with, and it doesn't necessarily, I guess that's where it is challenging, because the subcommittee can go forward with doing things that the full task force isn't fully on board, and how do we approach that? Just emphasizing your question even more, that it's difficult, because the subcommittee does kind of make that decision.
That's one difference too. In the other subcommittees, they're framed of different topics. The subcommittee discusses something and bring it back to the full task force to decide, related to the report. But in this case, it's something different. And
I think too, just the issue that I believe Emily is having is that even if we say that only the subcommittee is signing this on, it still gives the appearance that it's the full committee, and I get that, especially if you're not in agreement, why you would object to that. And the reason why it was done is because of time, right? We didn't have time or a mechanism to go back to the task force before it came up.
Yes, and during the full task force meeting on March 27th, the full group discussed that we want to figure out how to engage with this. We're supportive of it generally, but we don't have time to act on behalf of the full task force. So we're going to entrust that next step to the subcommittee. And then whoever wants to.
Again, my question is like how, I would not like to participate again in the subcommittee whose work is not going to do positive things. Like that feels like a painful waste of time.
Okay. We've got Irene, Ruth, James, Leah, and then Irene, James, and Leah, and then let's decide how we would like to move forward off of this.
Does it make sense to do a motion about writing a letter that expresses that the subcommittee still supports? However, for the full task force to support, we need to engage. Not really a letter of support.
Yeah, I feel like just not necessarily a letter, but that would not be seen as support to whoever's reading. Or like that.
Like an invitation to engage further with the office.
That feels complicated to me. James, I think you're up next.
Yeah, I don't think we should write any more letters. Just like, despite personally feeling like I would sign another letter of support. Because I think, you know, we're about to have a conversation about $1 million and how to spend it. This bill is going to implicate $30 million that has some pretty powerful earmarks in it for like very specific things that will impact the types of policy recommendations that we're making. It feels incredibly important to me that we are at least like staying in communication. The piece around like not coming to us to initially write the bill, like that resonates with me. At the same time, I understand that there's a lot of overlap between the people that actually put into the budget, the task force, and this bill. And so I don't think there's like this huge gap of like, you know, a lack of clarity. I think it would have been better had us and Layperson Wilson and them like been like, hey, we're designing this bill. We love your feedback. We can still come up with our own bill if we want to. We don't have time, obviously, but like that's why I think we should keep the subcommittee. And I think it should just be either we're assessing our relationship as a task force in a smaller group that we then bring back to everybody, or we just make sure every meeting we have has some time committed to everybody talking about AB 524 together. I think we're way past the point of being able to like revote, redo any of that stuff. Like, I don't think there's utility there. There's this subcommittee letter that was unanimous decision. Everybody felt the same way. Like that's in. They will see that. That will be in there. And you know, I think that's better than nothing, and shows that we broadly support that bill, and that we're excited to stay engaged in like how it manifests, as it develops.
Okay, final comment, Leah.
I agree with that. I agree with the feeling of it might have been best had we been brought in sooner. And I voted yes on the bill despite having additional feedback for it. And so I'm wondering if maybe it's a solution, maybe it's still not enough, that at the June 25th, or prior to, there's a good chunk of time we have before that June 25th meeting, which was the first time we could all get together, that anyone of the task force who was not able to attend that meeting, that staff just try to gather their feedback that we can then also talk about as a group in their absence at the meeting, and just incorporate that into our feedback to CAF for our thoughts.
See heads nodding to that.
I like that.
Okay. I'm gonna take heads nodding as kind of general agreement that that's how we'll move forward from here. Okay.
Follow up on that.
Yeah.
So we're moving on.
Can I just,
Let's go to GDRF funds, it's later in the slide, so
just pointing this out, guess what? I'm gonna be calling you for travel plans for Arcata. And we're gonna need to start making those sooner rather than later, because it's a very small airport. So we can't be as delayed in those logistics as maybe we would like to be. So heads up.
keep going, Megan's slide, it's 118.
118?
There you
Are we,
go.
we're skipping over.
We're skipping a lot. I think people really want to get here, and I want to make sure there's time, and then we'll go back. Yeah. Okay, so a little reminder on context for these funds. The Strategic Growth Council allocated additional funding from the Strategic Growth Council's greenhouse gas reduction funds to SGC staff to support the work of the task force. Part of that allocation to SGC staff, part of the agreement or the sort of process of receiving council approval, was to reserve a portion of that funds. $1 million had been reserved at that time and has continued to be reserved in the budget for a kind of local assistance grant program, pilot project, a way for task force to, a way for staff to learn from the task force as you all have continued your conversations and move some of your ideas forward. Right, support that work. So what we are, and we had had earlier conversations about these funds, and at that time, thank you, Sean, feel free to jump in at any point. Earlier in the process, it was thought that it would be better to again consider this later in your process, when the task force has had more time to think about priorities, to think about goals. So again, this is funding allocated to SGC staff to support the work you are doing. We have identified proposals for you, basically 2 pathways that we feel this funding could be moved forward from this point. And it's very hard for me to see that screen, so sorry, let me get my phone onto the right slide. One of those, and this is going to be open for discussion. I'll note that these pathways have been designed with conflict of interest considerations in mind, timeline considerations in mind, and staff capacity considerations in mind. That's where we land with these 2 potential ideas. One would be after your report is submitted, staff look at that report and utilize those funds to advance one of the key ideas that you have put forward in your recommendations. The example that came to mind for staff as we were thinking to this option was establishing some way to fund land acquisition costs that have come up as a barrier for individuals. The second way, so that would be sort of getting that $1 million as appropriate to fund the kinds of efforts that you have recommended in your report. The second would be that those funds actually support the body of work that you all have produced, making sure that that work is as accessible to as many people for as long as possible. That costs money, right? And that would be another way to use those funds. You all have done a lot of work to produce materials. Those funds could be used to produce other kinds of materials, toolkit, right? A map has been suggested and something to talk about. So that is another way that these funds could be made useful or could be leveraged to support the work you all are doing. It's late in the day and I'm hoping I'm making sense. Not that late in the day, but in real terms, late in the day. Yes, please.
So there was a question, let's see, we came to ask yesterday, and that was, do you have to be allocated or does it actually have to be fully spent down by her?
This is a different bucket of, so just to kind of recap what Neil said, when the task force was established in the 2022 budget, it received a $1 million allocation from the general fund to start that. We deemed that insufficient to operate the task force and then requested from the Strategic Growth Council an additional 1.25 million. 2.25 million from SGC's Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund allocated to supplement that $1 million to bring it up to a total of 3.25. So of that additional funding, we set aside $1 million for these purposes outlined here. But I think the key thing to note there, as Camille was pointing to, that these are funds that are allocated to SGC to support its ability to operate to support the task force, not allocated directly to the task force. So the decision-making authority with this rest of the SGC can be informed by, and this is what we're working to do, is to ensure that we're using these funds in a way that's responsive to the needs of the task force. But due to primarily conflict of interest concerns, and also the fact that, as I mentioned yesterday, the task force not being a decision-making body, the decision of exactly how to use those funds or who they should go to or anything like that rests with SGC and not with the task force. So that's what we're trying to navigate here, is how can we best get your input in a way that doesn't violate any interest concerns, but in a way that is responsive to the needs that you have. But that's where we are. And because these are funds from the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, and not from the general fund, the language the budget language pertained to the general fund allocation, which is $1 million, which is actually already we've spent that. So we're now talking about funds that don't have a sunset date. A really long answer to your question. It is late in the day.
I just want to strongly support. I feel like, you know, there's lots of papers and materials online, and I'm sure we'll do something online. But I think making an actual impact with a pilot project that acts on some of our recommendations or makes it possible to in the near term is the most important.
I agree. It's yes, what we've been talking so much about, and I think a really great way, and it makes sense how strategic growth council is making decisions based on all of our recommendations. Because we do, I mean, over the last year and a half, we've been able to look at all different land situations up and down the state, so definitely.
Thea, then Ruth.
I'm gonna have another question too, so I'm also in favor of number one. I know it's not a lot of money, but I think demonstrates a way that this task force can have an impact beyond just a report. I remember hearing that pretty clear in our conversation with the Farmers Post about the perception of coming to talk and engaging with farmers and ranchers, and then come to the end, the main thing that they kept saying over and over again is, we want to see these impacts on our farm, in our communities. Where is that money coming to us? And we've heard some suggestions. There's a lot of potential new programs with climate on too, that maybe this could, maybe we in our small groups, when we're looking through our recommendations, could flag areas where, you know, we're seeing things that could be pathways to funding. For guidance to SGC on those things we've been hearing in our own communities. The question that I have is, Shani said there's no timeline on obligation of the funds, but do we need to, what's the ideal timeline for us to make sure that we're either continuing this? Can we talk about this again in August, or do we have to have final decision? Can this be something that we go through as we're kind of more finalizing these?
Yeah, it is something that it's not a decision that needs to be made today.
To add to that though, I think if the question is how much more work can be done on option one by this task force, it's very little.
That wasn't
your question, okay.
I was trying to suggest that I flag areas that we think are, you know, our suggestions we've heard from community members, not necessarily to us. I don't think that presents a conflict of interest. And then allows SGC to have a better sense of that we're actually how that money is spent.
Yeah.
Yes, that is a good way to approach that.
Yeah, I think, and I guess just to echo have that been your question. If it was something that needs to be done today, then we would need to know today whether we go. Yeah. And again, to the conflict of interest thing, the sorts of input that we can receive from a task force are in the realms of, you know, funding for this sort of activity, or, you know, this part of the state perhaps, but not, you should give this organization a whole bunch of money. So that's a
so many things.
Yeah.
With so many to like a specific individual or organization, but to general speaking, very important things that I think it always, you know, could still impact.
Ruth and James.
I favor number one as well, and I wanted to ask is there any possibility to include infrastructure that's needed when starting from? Like water infrastructure, like a well or pump replacement or surface water access? Because those are smaller costs also that sometimes maybe someone has the down payment, but maybe they can't incur extra costs. And then is there any possibility for, what's the bridge between that $1 million and the people who could really benefit from it? Is there a way to work with technical assistance providers and fund a small amount of technical assistance, not taking away too much from the funds going to farmers? Or does the task force have to be thought about that? Like how to get that assistance to the people that would most benefit from it?
James?
Yeah, I also like one, that there's kind of no particular order to these thoughts, but I think it's important that the money be distributed kind of evenly between agriculture and tribal uses. That feels important insofar as that's possible. And then, like, I don't know if it'll turn into like RFPs or what, but if there's a way to kind of make sure there's an even disbursement. I'd also encourage SGC to see if there are entities out there that would be willing to match this $1 million to make it have a little bit more impact. And then there was one more thing. Oh, just that I think after our next round of report is ready, I think one quick activity we could do in the task force would just be to like check or like just, you know, be like, here's a couple recommendations that we really think would be cool for you to implement one. But then, you know, like all the other things around conflict of interest make sense. It makes sense to like have you all figure out, you know, how to structure that stuff. But I think, yeah, those are the big things for me. It's like make sure there's an equitable distribution between tribal and agricultural use, and then even if there's overlap there, but you know what I'm trying to say, and then see if it can grow.
We've got Nelson in the queue, then Leo.
Yes, I'll start by expressing alignment and agreement with what James just mentioned, and making sure there's an adequate split for supporting tribal nations' needs that may be separate from agricultural purposes or in addition to, and honoring sacred sites especially. I'm actually more aligned with the pathway presented here, pathway 2. I think SJC utilizing the funds to build something that is going to be open to the public and actually providing real resources based on task force processes and outcomes makes more sense to me. But I like the example brought in pathway 1, establishing a grant program. I don't know if there's any alternative pathways to explore, or if there's other examples to look into on each of these pathways to get a better idea of like what each pathway would look like. But I would suggest that, you know, of the $1 million, half of that, $500,000 goes to a pilot program, and the rest, you know, we can, you know, consider for other uses, maybe divvy it up into smaller amounts and have more, you know, direct assistance to priority producers in tribal nations, in land return efforts and land back movements, is what comes to mind for me initially. And within the pilot program, you know, I think we can explore, you know, what specifics we would like that to look like, or what details that pilot program would, you know, include. But I think, you know, the acquisition readiness fund, or, you know, some of the other ideas would come to mind for me, and something that we can have like a more direct and streamlined approach to getting dollars into the hands that need it, versus like, I know we discussed this, you know, the DOC with Prop 4, we got AB 524. There are mechanisms like in queue or on queue or in motion that we are, you know, peripherally involved in or a part of or have influence on. But what was brought up in the DOC or with the DOC guest speaker yesterday and talking about Prop 4 seemed to be more about like loans. And I think we have an opportunity to have a stronger impact and a more immediate impact on getting these dollars, these reserve funds, in the hands of those that need it more efficiently and more effectively than a reimbursement program or a loan program. So that's just sharing my initial thoughts there. Maybe the pilot program is a third pathway. That's a separate thing, and then we divvy up the money, the funds based on the task force interest in these other two pathways.
I have some questions. So, first, if number 2 doesn't happen here, we move forward with number 1. What is the future of all these great resources that we compiled, that we kind of had some conversations about making publicly available? Is this the only avenue to kind of continue access to those resources? And then the other question is, what is the role of the Grants and Resources Subcommittee in terms of this decision making? And then third, is the SGC bound to create a program that has a RFP process, or can SGC just say, there were these 3 suggested pilot projects from our listening sessions and we're just off of those?
I think I can answer that last one first, which is, I don't know, and it will take a lot of conversations with the legal team and with other grant programs within SGC to understand the limits of what is possible there. So I don't know the answer to that. Second one, I think that's a question for you all as a task force to consider. The Grants and Resources Subcommittee so far has been more focused on the landscape of grants and resources in the state. Due to conflict of interest, that subcommittee is not going to be taking a very close look at the development of a program, if that is what is decided. But maybe the task force does want to encourage that subcommittee to develop some broader guidance. There might be some role there for that. The first question, what was it?
What happens if
Oh, yeah, thank you. That was an important one. So we do, as you know, we have more than this $1 million in our budget that we can use to support the development of fact sheets in different languages, things like that. And that's part of our planned budget process. I have a slide on that as well. We can go there. What I will say though is that it's very expensive to host a website, and it's especially expensive for a long time. So we are required to, the legislation that was passed last year that provided for per diem allowances, also in that specified that the Strategic Growth Council website must publicly share your report. It did not specify how long, and all it was called for was the sharing of your report. So we have heard from all of you that there are actually a few different ways you want to make sure that report is shared out and engaged. So that's not an exact answer to your question, Leah. But the more funding, the more robust, I guess, is what I would say to that.
And there could also be other partnerships to explore, working with philanthropy, working with existing organizations that potentially either support hosting that or look at themselves somewhere else. So it's not the only avenue.
It's good to understand an estimated budget of hosting a website that had these kinds of resources.
I think it would be helpful to know what that means to you all. Numbers first, but those numbers are large.
When you say what, I guess you're referring to like the time, the space, and everything would be.
Well, and it just costs money to continue to host your website. Like if we build a website through the state of California, that hosting of that website costs money. And it costs money every year.
Well, and the maintenance of it.
Yeah,
too.
exactly.
So that's, you want it to be updated.
Okay, we've got Nathaniel, you're down. Okay, Doria, Leah, Ruth. I'm sorry, Thea, Ruth.
So I'm gonna back up and kind of better support why I was choosing number one. And that is because when I look at number two, I think of this as an output of an ongoing program, agency, something like that. That the information that we've gathered together today may not be relevant in 2 years, in 1 year, in 3 years. And if it's not updated, it's not gonna be useful. There's lots of places on the web where you have outdated information on these same topics. And so for me, I felt like that this number two should be something that we incorporate into our recommendations. As something that is funded and included in whatever ongoing body is created, or, you know, whatever, to continue this work. Because it needs to actually have people who are involved with it, monitoring it, updating it, keeping it relevant, making sure that whatever initial iteration is revised to be more effective as you get feedback on it. If we just create one thing and then just kind of support it over time without that kind of living document type of thing, it's not gonna be very useful, but it'll be very expensive. And I'd rather invest in the projects with that money than invest in something that has the clear possibility of not being terribly useful in a short order. Put it in as a part of our recommendations. Like, you know, that this is a clear thing that needs to be done and there needs to be funding to support it, and it should be a part of an ongoing body. So there's my.
Thea?
I agree, and I, especially, you know, how this task force is defined and what our work here is doing, and we've all identified that this is maybe longer term work, but that can also be not only suggested in our report, but also proposed to station in the next legislative session, extension or some other types of discussions. Really strongly about number one because it demonstrates that we're using dollars for the public good in a very tangible way. I want to be really clear that $1 million doesn't mean that's going to be $1 million going directly to farmers. So SGC will be administering that grant. So it's going to go to SGC. So we're realistically talking about $800,000. So whatever we can do as a task force to flag those parts and wreck our thoughts on how we can best distribute that money in what buckets. That's great, but it is definitely, it's not quite $1 million when it comes down.
Ruth, and then let's check in on time.
Just on websites, are you open to hosting it on someone else's website? Like, I'm happy to offer ours. Or if other, or like, I don't know, CAF or other groups want to use things, I think that's not a big ask. If that would make it easier.
Noted, it sounds like exploring partnerships.
Yeah.
Could be valuable.
Nelson's hand went up and so did Nathaniel's thing, even though I said, let's check in on time. So let's take Nelson, Nathaniel, then we're checking in on time.
Please forgive me if this was already, brought into this conversation. I know we're talking right now about the $1 million budgeted for local assistance, but I had a question about the $270,000 that's separate in the budget for research and technical assistance, and a little more detail around that, and if we can use that funds in parallel with these funds, like technical assistance. An idea that came to mind was like using those funds to set aside for technical assistance to support a land acquisition transfer in the grant part of the program, and the grant program would cover just the cost of down payments and legal fees, and then the separate $270,000 we can budget for technical assistance that's like in parallel with those efforts, but is separated in how those are expended. Those expenditures are spent.
Can I speak to that very quickly? Yeah, thanks for that question, Nelson. So those budget categories were established a very long time ago when the task force was first established. I believe those were being reserved research and technical assistance to support you as task force members, like your work, which was a bit different than the $1 million, which was intended to be sort of outward facing, right? Not supporting just the work of the task force in achieving its report, but rather what else could your report lead to? So that was, I think, the original reason why those funds are split. That having been said, we have not yet needed to draw down those funds for research or technical assistance to support you all. And what we have spent is reflected for advisory committee contracts, things like that. It's reflected as obligated funds in your budget. So those funds are available. And I think that it would be something that's considered, that staff would consider. To Thea's point, established programs cost money, right? But there are ways that we can leverage some of our current budget items to support that effort. So I know that's not a like super specific answer, but it is just, I hope, showing that there's some flexibility there that staff would have to consider and work with.
Nathaniel, last one on this one before we check back.
Thank you for, I just want to confirm, so what you're saying is that research and technical assistance money that is still in the total remaining, that could be used for that offset of what we probably would use down to $1 million. Still have about $1 million-ish to disperse to different farms. And I just really wanted to say this because it's like, you know, being a part of Ujima Farmer Collective, we were able to receive an allocation. And I think, like Nelson said before, is really getting funding to the farmers that need it and like the people that need it. Like what comes to mind is like one of the farmers I met in all of this. It's like, how do you see a farmer that is, you know, trying to grow more food and not want to help them out? So I just want to say that this is exactly the work that we're all trying to do, and happy to be a part of this.
Okay, so Camille and Sean, are you gathering the information that you're hoping to gather from this conversation?
Yes, we have, yes. So
This is very helpful.
we can come back with, you know, kind of additional thoughts in August. Update. Irene? Go ahead.
That's a legacy.
Oh, sorry. I was calling it like a grant program, is that going to essentially exclude certain population from applying, being that it's the state?
Well, it's a good question. I think what we would really have to do is learn from you all. What are ideal ways that you would like to support, move your ideas forward, give the support? What are ideal ways to leverage funds to support farmers? Right, sounds like that's kind of what we're hearing here, would be the ideal. So my answer right now, Irene, is I don't know exactly what structures SGC can use to be most effective in achieving that goal. So I don't have an answer to that question. I think we would have to go back and really be thoughtful about using funds to their fullest.
Maybe even like say that fund strategizing land acquisition, like land banking is an option.
What I was gonna suggest is that is an area that the Grants and Resources Committee could help support. That sort of program design aspect of that, looking at what is working across the state, and sort of approaches that minimize these transaction costs that we're talking about, so that we can get all of that out the door. How do we get funds out the door that don't create more burdens on the recipients and benefits to them? And so, yeah, that is helpful as we go through that. It's not the language needed to drop.
Yeah.
Example,
Yeah.
yeah.
So just to kind of get that, you know, like, we're not walking the programs.
Oh. Okay. So great exploratory conversation. Doria, very quick last comment on this. And then for real.
Yeah, I was gonna say that exactly what you said about the next meeting, bring up with recommendations around best practices with getting resources to farmers. We could make sure that that's we could put that forward, but I also wanted to ask if we could, and I don't know if everybody's in agreement with this, if the task force was in agreement with this, if we could ask staff to draft an additional section to our recommendations that would include this kind of a reservoir of resources that would be updated and what the body would be updated by. They don't think it's currently included, and it should be. And so we already know that if there's agreement, if staff could get that done and add it, that would be, I think it would be good if there's agreement.
Let's just flip that question. Does anyone want to disagree with that request or not support?
I will just say from
Okay.
a process standpoint too, what we've been doing is gathering things like this. Anytime anything is suggested at all, we try and put it into the report in some way, but then when you are all reviewing the report, then sort of the opportunity to say, hey, I don't like this section, add it on. So we don't necessarily need. It'd be great if everyone does agree to that, but it's the way we're trying to capture everything. So there's something else we could add to it.
Okay. Okay, we need to check for public comment on the working session. What's happening over there, Nathaniel, were you to?
No.
Okay, I was like, oh no, it's not working. Okay, let's check public comment. Any public comments on the working session?
Do not see any hands raised on Zoom and none in the forum.
Okay. So our final agenda session for today is the proposed action related to meeting scheduling. Pull up the next slide. So at your March 27th meeting, the task force members drafted a resolution related to meeting scheduling. The language was shared with task force members after the meeting for additional feedback. We had some small bits of feedback incorporated that was shared with you all as part of your briefing materials demonstrated in track changes. So right now we are going to consider whether to adopt the draft resolution. And we will openly pull up the draft resolution on the screen.
Maybe can I quickly note if for time if we have to get into this agenda item for time, because we did not talk about everything in our last agenda item.
We're at 12:30, so
And this is the time.
Okay, we needed to turn here in case there's conversation about it.
Understood, thank you.
So let's open it up for conversation. Go ahead, James.
Weird question. What if somebody's sick?
Well, it's at the bottom there. I think the language that was stated would be if someone cannot make that meeting, but we still maintain Bagley King compliance, the meeting continues. Yeah.
And we talked about it's scheduled meetings, not whole meetings, right? So once the meeting's scheduled, we comply with this resolution.
Yep.
It's on the calendar. We don't have to go back and see. Now somebody's sick, we have to.
Correct. So we can have conversation. We can also make space to hear a motion. However you all want to approach this. Go ahead.
Can we get a quick recap of the changes in red?
Yep. So what we talked about in March, when we talked about scheduling additional future meetings, that they would need to be scheduled in accordance to all of the following criteria. 1, Bagley King compliance, first and foremost. 2, virtual or in-person availability, originally we discussed, of either the chair or vice chair. And 3, virtual or in-person availability of at least 2 of 3 tribal representatives. Then, once an additional task force meeting is scheduled, we maintain that date regardless of changes in attendance, assuming Bagley King compliance is maintained. The proposed revision that came through is to change either the chair or vice chair to the chair and vice chair. So it would require attendance by both chair and vice chair.
Is number 3 an existing factor, or that was introduced as well?
That was discussed in March.
The language that is here is everything that was drafted in March. The track changes or feedback that came after the March 27th meeting and have been incorporated. Otherwise, this language is as it was in March. I think I might have changed one word to make it clearer, but otherwise, as it was.
So you can discuss this, you can propose revisions, you can propose a motion to adopt as written.
Aren't all the meetings already calendared?
Yes, well, we are trying to scenario plan if we run into a moment where an additional meeting will be required, but maybe in, say, September or something.
Yeah.
So this would apply to any meetings not currently on the calendar that you've shown us.
Correct. All currently calendar meetings are locked in and they have been locked in since 2024. Save me the heart attack.
Except for the March, that was an addition.
Right,
Right.
and that is the context for the need for a resolution to direct staff on scheduling.
Yes.
I'll make a motion to approve it as.
Which includes the track changes here.
The chair.
Okay,
All right, so we have a motion to approve the draft resolution on meeting scheduling, including the track changes here. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
seconded by member Robinson.
All right, do we have further discussion on this motion?
Do we have?
Okay, do we have any, yeah, public comment, sorry, you got it. Public
I'm
comment?
sorry, Nelson. Didn't mean to step on your toes there.
You good? Is there any public comment on this motion?
Seeing none.
All right, if there's no more further discussion by task force members for any amendments or any other contributions, then we will go for a vote for approval by roll call.
Okay, I'll start with you, Chair Hawkins,
Aye.
Vice Chair Virginia.
Yes.
I'm gonna go around the table. Member Dahlquist Willard,
Yes.
Member Franco,
Yes.
Member Zoe, Member Nakahara,
Yes.
Member Schwartzman. Member Rinhouse.
Yes.
Member De Badakua.
Yes.
Member Brown.
Aye.
Member Robinson.
Yes.
Member Payan.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously, and your resolution is adopted. Okay, excellent. Thank you. I am afraid that maybe I pushed us here with a few more minutes to spare. Did you want to look at like sample stuff?
Well, I'm not sure with our agenda item.
If we can move backwards.
Yes. I think our last, am I correct? What is our last thing on our agenda? Sorry.
Public comment, review of action items and upcoming meetings and stuff.
So in our review of action items, we can review the timeline that is coming up,
Yeah.
right? Is that? I don't know, maybe not, but I'm just wondering whether yes to it. So so Megan, please direct us to slide 115, next of staff proposal for final work product.
Right, close your eyes and move backwards.
So this really is forward looking. This does make sense actually to finish our meeting here. And this is is very forward-looking in the sense that it is describing what happens after the report is submitted. But it feels important to now have everyone reflecting on thinking about that closeout period, so that staff can start to get a sense from you all about what is going to be important for you to make sure that your draft is complete, but that it is circulated effectively, that we do reach out to the people who have already been in contact. We've heard a few priorities from you all already about what will be very important to do following the completion of the report. So this is a little, and I think, you know, time, it's just a sense of timeline here so that you can see what staff are envisioning. We have internally our own timelines for ensuring that your report exists. It is ideal. What we're hoping for is December 11th, the last meeting you have calendared. We're imagining that is a bit more of a celebratory moment, right? A chance for you to all feel really good, have that final vote on getting this thing, yes, it is ready for submission. It's actually a question for you all about if that final meeting might be a moment that you would like to engage with maybe people who have been part of this process, invite them. Are there others who would feel important to invite into that meeting? And something to flag for you all to consider. Welcome thoughts now if you have them. And then we're anticipating we'll need about a 1 week, you know, time or turnaround to actually get that report in via the very specific channels and processes that we must follow. And then after that, it begins a process of hopefully creating some specific kinds of fact sheets in different languages that can better address particular audiences. And making sure that that gets shared as well, so that different kinds of people can engage with what you did, learn from what you did, and then move forward beyond what you have done as a foundation for other work. So that's just what we're, and if anyone has an immediate thought or response.
I really like the you know, idea of different languages. I was actually gonna ask too if the survey report would be in Spanish. Just because I heard a lot of feedback in the listening sessions and also in the site visit, they really want to see some of these results, right? And sort of continue to engage them.
That is an important question, Irene. I do, if task force members, as you are identifying specific resources that you all have created that would be especially valuable translated, that would help staff, I think, to know how to divide up that work. So thank you for bringing that up. We at this point do not have the plan to translate the survey analysis into Spanish, but I hear that request.
So thinking about how finally we got this final report, and we're encouraged to share back with all those communities that we encourage them to fill the survey, attending those volunteers or offering those volunteers. We encourage to share the result to them, right? Are we considering to
the full report?
Yeah.
I think if that is something that is valuable, then yes, I think that is, we can consider languages that you'd like to translate the full report, and what other kinds of information do you want to also include in that, so that for those who won't read the full report, they still have a relatively easy summary. If you can actually go, Megan, to slide 116, there's just a little kind of rundown of some of the fact sheets that we were thinking is a starting place for the kinds of targeted. So I'm sorry, this is a bit different from the language question. I hear the request for the full report to be translated into different languages, as well as fact sheets in different languages and fact sheets that are really tailored to very specific audience. So pulling out, if you're a land trust, and you want to hear what the Land Equity Task Force has said, here are all of the things that are directly related to land trusts from their report. Something like that. And I think we could, this has been called for by the task force in the past, reflecting back.
Are we drafting the language for this?
We are not, are you?
I think they are.
CEO space.
No, I think the CEO stress. I think, well, I was going to say, I think what really, and if you, the timeline we just saw, what a lot of that time after you submit your report is digging into the report to build these.
That's like Q1 2026.
Yeah, it's like your report is the language, and then I was imagining staff would do the work of packaging it as a fact sheet. So it's actually all your words, it's your report, but it's just packaged for an audience. That was the thought.
Like a one pager?
Yeah.
And maybe that can have like a QR code that goes to the reports. It's going to be printed differently.
Yeah.
And to kind of go back to our different pathways moving forward, like, I think it would be that much more effective to print out our resource lists in other languages because they're relevant now, and like get them to the people that have been engaged through this whole time and make sure they're able to get the resources, the draft report, and other, you know, things that we've put together, because that is the hardest thing to find. I can look all the stuff up. I can get lists of grants in English, many different sites. But I feel like just the different languages is going to be really, really helpful. Whether it's again, even like connected to the draft report, if we're gonna, you know, get a certain amount printed out, like that, I think it would go really far.
Something to consider too is that if there is a grant program, it's gonna be.
Speak up a little bit.
No, you're okay.
At the same time, I'm just thinking about this, our previous discussion and number, if we're gonna go forward with one, and there's a grant program that's also being developed in this Q1, then we could be more effective at outreach if we also had some of that to accompany and actually.
Just a follow-up. Didn't mean to cut you off. Just a follow-up question. When you say print out the resource list, are you talking about that big spreadsheet that has like 50 different grants? That's what you're referring to?
Yeah, because I can Google that and get it in English and from different grant.
Yeah, but translated.
Yeah, but having it be translated, because yes, some of this stuff might not be relevant down the line, but it's like, hey, we're putting this out now. This is our 2025, 2026, wow, report. You know, these are the available grants, these are available, resources in general. I do think that's another way that we can use the funds that we do have left for that technical assistance to make sure there's a wide range of languages that's available.
Is there a reason that the SGC's website can host information? It can host the information. I think what's a little bit, what I don't have an answer to right now, or I don't know, is how long SGC's website would host those materials. The longevity of it, I don't have an answer to.
And it is really expensive.
Do you have an idea of how long they post the other grant programs or information that's on there?
We can find out and get back to you. I think some of what we were talking about before too is not only just putting it on there so that it's accessible, but then maintaining that so it's continued relevant. That's where things start to get expensive. It might be different from other grant programs that are, like we have grant programs that every year they have a solicitation and then there's money going out. This is a one-off thing. It might be different. But if you have a specific question about that or timelines, I'd be happy to bring that back.
And I think the suggestion earlier for considering partnerships that might have a longer life posting this is also valuable thing to consider.
Perhaps the new department.
Love it. Conversation are full circle. Love it.
Yes. Yeah.
Cool. It's been helpful, everyone. Thank you for engaging. Yeah.
I'm just wondering, this was part of that previous slide, but then there was also a discussion about
kind of how we wanted our final meeting to. Yes.
Oh, in
Question,
December.
if anyone has any
Yeah.
thoughts.
I don't know, I was like, just curious if there was any thought about it, like, we're talking pizza party and balloons, or are we talking that this is a potential formal photo op with the governor and the whole task force, like, is it a promotional opportunity? Do we like that? I don't know.
And did we say like we could invite others that
Yeah.
were a part of this?
Yeah.
Because that could be kind of a start of, you know, some report back like, hey, thank you for helping us make this possible.
Yeah, like legislators, folks who participated in listening sessions, being there, the governor, other representatives, they're hard to say no when they're looking at us in the face. And others, yeah.
I like the idea of doing that, particularly like ensuring that people who came to listening sessions, folks who participated in like visual presentations, who came to speak, that they all get invitations and potentially like support for travel to get up to Sacramento, like, you know, travel stipends, things like that. There's funding for it. I think that would make some sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is helpful because that will take us as long as December to do. So yeah, we will hearing that.
Well, and I think to the timeline point, if legislators and the governor or whoever else is on your invite list, that should happen sooner rather than later. So I think that's why we're trying to have this conversation now. So if there's any like more concrete guidance that people want to give about that, we would probably start that before August. So
Email us
The email, yeah.
anytime. You can exchange your ideas with staff anytime. Maybe it's worth reminding you, because I know back in the team, we're often, you know, dancing around conversations, but to Tessa's point, if you have ideas and they come to you 2 weeks from now, email staff. They're always interested to hear or suggesting.
I would recommend, probably not the whole build, but some type of meeting from the area, working with some of the cooks. Local. There, I don't have any recommendations, but maybe other folks in the room. Yeah. I know I can look some up for you if you see. Oh, okay.
Okay.
I just wanted to clarification more on the, because you had mentioned working more with the grants committee. So I just wanted clarification, is there travel task force members on that?
Let's let the committee list.
And anyone is at any time welcome to.
Not at any time, it has to be today.
Oh, actually, no, that's not true. Anyone at any
Wait, you
time?
can, I thought you had to be, you could add some. Oh, I was assuming you were saying people could join the subcommittee at any time.
I think, well, anyway, show them.
Anyways,
It's
Irene, James, Thea, Doria, and Leah.
Yeah, I just requested that some of the travel task force members be looped in with this conversation when you're talking about developing a grant program. With those ones.
Put it, conflict of interest.
Yeah, it would be more like pulling out of the existing report recommendations that have to do with grants and resources to be like, take a look at this, not like we're building it.
Or like highlighting best practices, like things that seem to be actually successfully helping people gain access to land and presenting that collection of best practices, but we can't actually form what the grant would be.
Darlene, did you have any end?
No, I was just gonna volunteer for.
Yeah, we're adding Darlene to the grants and resources subcommittee. Darlene, did you mark down that subcommittee date? I'll get you the.
What was it again?
We'll get you the invites. Let me just fast forward. Please. June 27th, 1 to 3.
Oh, no. It's not like, yeah. We're more than we can be.
Nelson has your hand up.
Yes, I had a specific question to the like finish line timeline, I'll call it. That we were just talking about. And I was curious what the additional materials, developing additional materials meant in Q1 of 2026. Was that the other slide of the work products? Or was developing those additional materials, is that like something else?
Yes, I think that the like fact sheet tailored to specific audiences is what those additional materials mean.
Okay.
We also had raised the option that maybe you all wanted to create more materials with that $1 million. I think we're just leaving it kind of open. But I think that the easiest answer to that right now, Nelson, is yes, it's that list of targeted information.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, of course. Good question. We do not have any public members on. Tessa, are you seeing any public comment? Or no. There's no
Okay. Summary of action taken. Mostly I would just kind of want to triple confirm this schedule where tomorrow, I think staff team, we can get an email out to you all, task force members, just with a reminder link to or the Word version document of the main version of the draft reports, so that you can then put some track changes together. I see them. Okay. So here's no. Been eyeballing her. Okay, so anywho, tomorrow, I know it's Friday. Oh, there's 2 deer. Sorry. Okay, so with recognition that everyone worked extremely hard over these last couple of days, and tomorrow is Friday. We're not expecting you to open your email tomorrow, but we're going to get you a reminder email out tomorrow with the Word version, the May draft report that you can then use to put together your track changes and then send them back to us. Or put reminder of the deadline in there, but we're asking for that 2 weeks from now, as proposed by Darlene. So by June 1st, if not earlier, get to it earlier, swell. Okay, send your comments back to us. We're going to compile them. And then we're gonna take probably about 2 weeks, and we're going to slice the pie, and we're gonna get comments back to your all respective work groups that you established associated with those goals and those additional concepts that need further development. Then you're gonna have a month to work together. We're gonna support you in those conversations. We're gonna work out the logistics of that. We're gonna connect you with AC members when necessary and appropriate. But you're going to be working in those small groups to bolster those ideas, develop those ideas by July 15th. That's when it all comes back to staff for compilation, redistribution by July 30th. Now, the important part is if you all get done with your work as a working group before July 15th, you're going to give it to staff, and then we're going to distribute it back to the task force members with the flag that says, hey, goal number 1 is ready for review, so that you can kind of get on board with that. Now, let me just ask a quick question. I know that sometimes people's email inboxes can get very, very full, and people don't check them necessarily all the time. Would it be helpful if you got a phone call or a text message from me or Tessa or Caleb or Camille letting you know you got a message, you got a draft? If that's helpful, I'll do it. If it's annoying, I don't want to bombard you.
Yeah.
Nelson, Emily, Darlene, hold up. Nelson, Emily, Darlene, Dorian and Doria. Anyone else? A nudge. Everyone, Nathaniel, everyone is getting a text message from me.
want? Who does not want? Okay, so we're getting the voice.
Oh, voicemail, okay, everyone's getting. Nudge. At this point, I have everyone's cell phone. All right.
They didn't want to, and she didn't want any additional. Yeah.
So, okay, cool. Okay, so that is the big important plan. The other big important plan is related to outreach to tribes and that turnaround of a letter. So we'll probably get a draft letter back to you all sometime next week. I don't have a definitive date on that, but once we get it out to you, we're gonna ask for your eyeballs on it within 1 week time. So it should be short. Go ahead, Thea.
When the tribal listening sessions are actually set up, can
We will let everyone know. Absolutely. So we're still working with Emily and Darlene on the tribal listening sessions, and we got a virtual session, details TBD, but you'll definitely be informed. Thank you.
Thanks for the heads up.
Okay. We're offline. So those are the major pieces. Also, if you would like to meet with me right now while you're gathering your lunch and consider your travel plans to Arcata, that would really be helpful. I'm assuming that most folks are going to need 2 nights, just like we did here. If you need 3, we can arrange that as well. So I need to start organizing that with on the back end. Yes, yeah.
Additional question, is there going to be another tribal listening session?
I don't think so. That wasn't in the.
I would recommend it. It's not major. Recommend it.
So I'm wondering if we might be able to do. If we might be able to organize, yeah, smaller conversations with Hoopa Nation.
Yeah. I would love to hear from you.
Okay. And let's connect on that. Let's see what we can do. And I know that you all are stretched on time. Staff is also getting really stretched on time. We want to be able to do it all, and we want to be able to do it all well, and together. So we're gonna need help.
I think it's, because we're not even cited this summer, right? So.
I don't think so. We were, the offer is still out there, and we can help you all organize site visits, either associated with a task force meeting or on the in-between.
Yeah.
But we haven't really gotten a lot of.
When we do go up there and do a tribal listening session, you can say that.
Yeah, okay.
It's not like making sure we're actually inviting.
Yeah.
Versus if the invitation is there, we're given that.
Yeah.
And because it is limited to 6, right? So it's whoever responds first, probably. Task force or.
Yeah.
First or what is that?
Yeah, no, well, there was a couple folks who were expressed interest in joining, and they kind of got first priority, and then the invitation was open for the remaining available participants, and it was whoever responded first.
Well, if you guys are interested in express.
Yeah.
Where is the meeting going to be at in Arcata?
Blue Mountain Rancheria Lake, I'm sorry, Blue Lake Rancheria. And there is a small airport, the Humboldt Airport, but I think you can also drive up from somewhere.
So there's it's not too far.
Oh, in Arcata, okay. So.
Where's
the what? The foggiest? The foggiest.
It is indeed.
Okay. So.
Driving recommended.
How's always?
Has a community garden.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
We'll do our best to make sure that.
Cool.
I will just say that to have the tribal listening session prior to that meeting is a priority for us.
Great.
Work to.
Yeah.
Make that happen. So thanks for that.
And I would recommend reaching out if you can. I mean, of course, prioritize nation, or if there's any nations I'm not familiar with the area, but relatives I know in that area. So there's also Cal Poly Humboldt with their food sovereignty lab.
Anything else
Okay. Great, yeah, we'll continue to take suggestions on folks we should try to connect with sooner rather than later, just to get on their calendars.
And we did confirm one with I don't know,
listening session,
yeah.
but not a date yet.
Yeah.
Right,
I'll
okay.
be in touch about that, but that's exciting now.
Yeah, thank you for that. Okay, so as always, materials online, give us a couple weeks, we'll generate a summary from this session, follow-ups come in. This is go time. So, Nelson, would you like to celebrate the work of the task force over the last couple days and close us out?
Of course, thank you, Megan. Closing today's meeting, I want to take a moment to honor the depth of engagement and the clarity of purpose that everybody brought into the space over these last 2 days. The work that we're doing is not just administrative, it's ancestral, it's historical, and it's extremely important. As we work together, I'm reminded again and again that we're not simply drafting policies, we are participating in the long arc of resistance and repair. The recommendations we're shaping are rooted in lived realities, and they hold the power to influence not just policy, but real lives. People who have been excluded from land, opportunity, and decision-making for far too long. Let's carry forward the momentum from today with the same integrity and commitment that brought us here. Every contribution made today and moving forward brings us one step closer to our North Star, a future where land equity is not just aspirational, but is realized. Thank you all for showing up with heart and intention, especially the task force members, the staff, advisory committee, members of the public. Until we meet again, work continues. So let's continue to move in truth, stay grounded in purpose, and keep building towards our collective liberation. And with that, this meeting is adjourned. Everybody, please get home safely. And we're looking forward to the next time that we get to build together. Take care.